Whose idea was that whole thing? It is a thing. It's like crazy. It is a perfect yeah, that makes sense because cats are notoriously good at this. I never heard of air cat. Yeah, what would be a cat name? Maybe just air. She has super strength for some reason. She's a low ball whiskey black. Yes. The cream that she has been staining her face in, yes, giving her superpowers. Yes. So it's super addictive and will eventually turn you into a monster with scars. It gives you superpowers before that. And they want to put this on the commercial market. Yeah. I love it. Like, guys, like, that was the thing. I was like, does everybody who uses this get superpowers? Because Al Wilson gets the kidding. And that's because of that last version of me using it. The Karen Jones with superpowers. Oh, it was never too speaker system. It's also there's a very good thing that this jewelry store was doing like a masquerade themed sale or something because they have like masquerade masks in all of their things and she takes one out like a black Catwoman mask. I'm like, well, that was convenient. All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. Yeah, she didn't have no. But she's in the fight and she's doing all bunch of what do they call it? Is it caviar? I think it's that. But it's basically that kind of. Actually, so this one scene in isolation is probably, in my opinion, and now you may feel that there's one particular cover I like. In general, I thought this was the best scene in the movie.
Besides pissing me off.
The way she moves mostly in the scene is interesting. It's her character. Like she moves, like you said, kind of like gracefully and like dancing, and she's like leaping around on long surfs. Yeah, that's terrible. That's really dumb. But a lot of the way she meets these dudes up, actually, I thought, yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, that's Catwoman fight scene. Like, that makes sense. That works. But there is one pretty great, terrible CG shot where she's running up walls, and it's like a shot of her, and it's like CG Halle Berry skirting up walls. But again, she beats them all, and then decides to do what they were doing and just steal. Yeah. And there is actually also in this moment a pretty cool, interesting match cut. If you notice, so like as the scene ends, she tells the joke, and with the broken glass in the case, the camera pushes into it, and then it transforms into the jewelry spread out on her bed, and it's kind of cool. Yeah, that's a lovely idea. She takes all of it, puts it into a brown paper bag, and then writes sorry on it in the exact same handwriting that she did with the coffee. Yeah, because you got the coffee for Benjamin Bratt wrote sorry on it. Yeah. Like, hey, you know who's going to go to a break-in? The police. Again, the hair and the clothes in this movie have aged so poorly. It is just a time capsule. Yes. Her hair in particular, like they play it like she has long hair at the beginning of the movie, has patience, and then she cuts it, it's all short and edgy. But her longer hair looks so much better. Her hair is short. I think at the time her short hair probably looked hot, but now it just looks like kind of like the your manager haircut like that. I know what. Okay. It's gonna sound mean. This is the kind of hair that I've seen on like mid-40 women. Or who complain at retail stores. Yeah, I want to see your manager haircut. That's what it's called. Yeah, it is exactly that. It's rough. Like I said, it has not aged well. So he wants to find out who killed her, but she realizes now like that she was dead and brought back to life. This is where we get introduced to her new Catwoman outfit, which we have no explanation where this came from. Again, this is where it felt like something must have been cut out, because literally she goes, I'm going to find out who killed me. And then we cut to a shot of her walking down the street or walking across the roof or whatever. We get a slow... CGI is just the most CGI. Yeah. This is what it was came from. Yes, still you can probably stick her into like a WWE event and yeah, what is going on? It's right. Yeah, it's not. they do it, right? And then, but you want to think because now it's forcing gamers to sort of seek for like hate. So like, yeah, okay, but then it's not I will say that as bad as this movie is, it's not cool. Man, it's pretty good. It's an hour and 40 minutes long, and things happen. Because they kept cutting stuff out until they were well, it works in the sense that things always are happening. We're not sitting around. Yeah, it's like you're action, action, action. Okay, we got a little bit of boring here. It's forcing from get out here. Also, they do some bullshit handwriting analysis, which really is amazing. Girl down shit. It's really fucking groovy. It's always indicative of somebody who's a little you have to, I love because it's so funny because the scene starts and he's like, are these the same person? And it's like, wow, is that a real thing? Like, this section is so BS. And then at the end, they knew about each other instead of the exact same fucking thing. Great, but yeah, the kid that I really that's the later part of the kid that I really never There's a
Are you home yet?
What's up?
I know what.
Rachel told me. So what are so what?
I knew yesterday. I knew last night. Oh. Yeah, because he's a coward, right? Yeah. Right. Well, um, right. There you go. Why would he be? I don't understand why he needs to go in and out of your drawer when you're. I don't. What? I yeah, but what does he do? Why would he be in your drawer doing that? He doesn't really work. Who else is Anthony? Who else would he work with? He doesn't work with anyone else. Yeah, that's why it's stupid. They should have done that. They should have done that a long time ago. A long, long time ago. They should have moved him down there. No, did Jeremy just no. Jeremy just blames everything on the district manager. This is what I was telling. This is what I concluded with. But I do because honestly, any time that I've ever got called into that office, he always he weasels back and it's corporate. It's the general manager or it's the district manager. What is blah blah blah. Like when I got written up, it was the district manager. You know, he never owns up to actually disciplining anybody. So because again, jellyfish. So and so yeah, Bill was all like, "Oh yeah," and I'm like, because I told him what you told me, and I'm like, but I go, Brandon's the one that was originally threatening people, and that's why I said right off the bat, because I knew he's gonna play these games, dude. He's just playing games, dude, and that's what Bill was saying. Bill's like, I think he thinks it's a game. I'm like, that's exactly what it is. I'm like, he just don't, he don't care. Because yeah, Bill pulled up on me. I got around the parking lot into the Tops parking lot, and Bill pulled up on me and was just talking to me. What's that? Yeah, so he must have been sitting in the parking lot or something because he went home after I talked to him. He was running late or something. He must have came in before I did. He come in before me? But yeah, he was going off and just yeah, it's Jeremy doesn't do anything. It's like Jeremy hasn't done anything about any of this stuff. And and the more Jeremy puts it on corporate and the district manager, the more it looks like he doesn't do anything either. Because it's always like, oh yeah, the corporate wants me to talk to you about this. It's like, dude, no, that's not.
don't have the balls to do it yourself. And like, it's just, yeah. And so, but yeah, because Brandon, yeah. So many questions. What? Yeah. Yeah, like what did you, how do you tie your shoes? Right, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Pokemon card bullshit. What the? Yeah, dude, he's just, yeah, that's his way of like trying to get out of doing work. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so he doesn't have to work. What do you think? Yeah, so he stops to talk about Arizona iced tea. The deposit's right on there. It says it right on the top of the can, like any other can of freaking Arizona, dude, or any other can of pop. It says 5 cents for New York, 10 cents for Michigan. Like, you know, no, he's gonna come up to you and ask you that question and talk to you about it for 5 minutes. Right. Right. See, so what did Jeremy act? Did Jeremy act surprised when you told him this? How? I don't understand how he couldn't know. I don't understand how they watch people so much and they haven't seen any of this happening over the last 4 months. Like, I don't. That makes no sense to me. He's either lying to you, straight up. He's either he's either 8 o'clock. Dude, try 3 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah. He don't do shit though. Yeah. Acting like he's busy, but he don't. Right. No, he does that on purpose too. And then he pulls his drawer. Like there's no need. Like I stopped pulling my drawer at 8:30 a while ago. I was waiting until like 8:40, 8:45 because you don't need a half hour. You don't need a half hour to do all that stuff, man. Like you really don't, and you can still get out of there a quarter after, 20 after. That ain't gonna change. You end up sitting around waiting for the deposit the whole time. There's work you could be doing. Like it's not. He just wants to sit around and not do work. I mean, like that's been the problem the whole time, and that's dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, and this is what Bill brought this up, and I hadn't even really thought about it that much. He's like Rachel's the problem, 100% Rachel, because I went to Rachel with all this stuff, as you do. Like that's the chain of command. Like I'm not gonna go to Jeremy with all this stuff, right? I was assuming that information was getting transferred to Jeremy. You know what I mean? Like I don't think she told him anything because he acts all surprised, and part of it's probably an act. I mean, he knows that Brandon sucks, but like part of it's probably an act, and part of it's probably not. Like yeah, yeah, dude, I know you didn't. No, yeah, dude, and that sucks because then you get a write up or whatever, and yeah, well, yeah, but that's the thing though. So the thing is though, is if this legitimately came from corporate or from the district manager, then he doesn't have a choice. He can't fake it. Your 2 week notice. So think about how shitty that store on Twin City is going to be. You got Frank, Cement Socks, and Brandon, and that store is already a shithole. That was a right. And Bill, because Bill was like, he's like, I don't know. He goes, I think all the, he's like, a clientele here. He said that the lady that complained about me came in, I guess, because Katie was working. I don't know. I don't necessarily believe everything that comes out of everybody's mouth. I'm just going to put it that way. But apparently she came in, and Katie didn't want to, or like Bill was like, oh, I'll take the register so you don't have to deal with her or whatever. And he's like, oh yeah, he's like, he was like, oh yeah, you could tell just by he's like, I could tell just by looking at her. He's seen her before, and he's like, yeah, she's one of those that, she's like entitled. She's, complains. She's just a bitch, basically. And she gets what she wants, And he's like, yeah, and then he goes, I noticed with the clientele, he's like, I think a lot of the people that shop at the one on Shank are coming down here because he's like, the clientele just sucks lately. He's like, it's all from the other side of town. It's all this riffraff that are coming in lately. I'm like, I don't know, man. I go, because that store, nobody likes shopping at that store. I get people constantly from Twin City saying how they come here, they drive all the way to this one because they don't want to go to that one. I'm like, why don't you drive your ass to somewhere where it's cheaper? Because this Dollar General is a ripoff. But anyway. Yeah. Oh. Oh, I know. By the Spruce, yeah. Yeah. And Oliver Street, yeah, dude. They come in there, robbing the place and throwing shit everywhere. I mean, yeah. And then you, Robert Drive, yeah. I used to live on Robert Drive. I had an apartment there. And then you got the Sarah Lee apartments, the old folks, like the old ladies live over there. It's all like, yeah, projects, old people. It's just, that whole neighborhood's like hit or miss. You know what I mean? You can go a couple blocks and it's $500,000 houses too. So but yeah, there's just, it's. I was thinking you were gonna do that actually when I walked away, because when Bill told me all that shit, and when you told me that he called corporate and they're gonna write you, I'm like, dude, he should just stick with his 2 week notice. Don't let no bitch talk you into staying in some job that sucks, bro. But like, do you too? Like, I mean, I don't know. And the other thing was is that they told me, Rachel told me that Brandon was getting fired, not transferred. So like, and honestly, dude, he should be fired. Like, there's no way he should be working for that company. Tells or shit that he's supposed to know. He tries to pawn off his work on you too, and you should tell him that. Like, this dude's, because he's tried doing that with Bill. He tries getting people to do his work for him. And I mean, yeah. Bro, what's today? Thursday or Wednesday? When did you guys get the truck? Monday? Yeah, because his eye was puffy. I'm like, yo, I came in there. I put twice. I had to put an eye patch on because I had a freaking eye infection, and I was in like so much pain. And one of them was 6 in the morning. It was when I first started. You could ask Rachel. Like, I never called it. I'm like, there you go. So Rachel had to work yesterday, and I'm like, well, guess who never called in? I'm like, I'm sorry, but like, they should have took some of that shit in. They should have taken some of that shit into consideration and actually talked to me about what happened. I really, that's the part is mind blowing, and like the fact that like You know, Jeremy doesn't even back up his employees like that. I don't know. I'm glad what happened. I wish I wish it would have happened differently, kind of, but I'm not like definitely not upset about it. Yeah, like, it's funny because like the shit, it just keeps getting worse. Like Bill's like, I'm glad that you told me that they're gonna transfer him because like Bill was ready to get leave, and he don't even work with him. I think people, yeah, okay. And you can always come back. Yeah, give your notice. You can work it. You know, you can always come back. You know, but like that that because it's like I said, Bill, because Bill was like, you know, Bill just does that job to get out of the house. I mean, he's 77 years old, dude. You know, he's not. It's not like he needs it for income. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just does that job to get out of the house. My dad did the same thing, and until he had a stroke. You know what I'm saying? So like, and plus, like, that's the only thing that does suck for me, is that I don't have something to do every day. So if anything, like the thing that sucks the most is that I'm bored and I don't want to do half the work I have to do around the house that needs to be done. You know what I mean? Other than that, I couldn't care less. It's like, yeah, the money, whatever, but it's a dude. I went to college to not work at Dollar General. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I'm not. I wasn't sitting there like, I'm the manager. What can I do for you today? Like, I mean, I took pride in my work, but it's not like I'm like all proud to be a fucking shift manager at Dollar General. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like he ain't got that yet. He ain't got. I don't know if he'll ever get it. Like even he has to get to that point where he finally realizes just to do shit, just to not have to deal with bullshit. Like he likes dealing with the bullshit or something, or playing whatever game he's playing, or thinking he's getting away with all this shit when in reality it's all building up. It's all building up. And if anybody else with anybody else with freaking three vertebrae were in charge of that store, he would have been gone a long time ago. He would have been transferred first and then probably fired. Like, because I mean, I said that was I never like wanted him gone until the threats bullshit started happening and just the tension. Then I was like, you gotta get fired, you know, because it's like now at the point where he couldn't work with Bill anymore. I felt that was like the last threat. You know what I mean? Like you got a shift manager that can't work half the shifts. Why would you keep like? There's obviously a problem here. And I'm thinking, well, all this stuff I've been telling Rachel, some of it's got to be getting through. Like, you know, no, it's like all they give is the stupid color of his shirt was more important than the fact that he gets paid to do nothing, really, which is stealing. You know, they worry about employee theft. That's the biggest employee theft of all. You know what I'm saying? There's always work to be done. He don't do shit. He don't do shit. I didn't do shit, honestly. I could have done it. You know what I'm saying? So like, I tried to balance it so that I didn't make myself going crazy working. Like, so that we had a little bit of fun, and then we went back to working. Yeah, at least yeah. Not working out. They had just given me a raise a week before you got there, dude. I don't know if you're getting your story right. Or who told you that? Who told you that? Who told you? Jeremy told you. Yeah. Yeah, they literally just gave me a raise like 2 days before that. That makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know. But Rachel, I bet you Rachel just said that because she told me yesterday that Brandon was getting fired and he's not getting fired. So like she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. I guarantee it, dude. They had just given me a raise like the week before you got there.
I'm not even kidding. They gave me a raise. They weren't trying to get rid of me. They gave me more money. Right. I know. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, I know. Like they don't train. They don't really tell you a lot of this shit. You got to figure it all out. Yeah. So why do you think? Yeah. So me asking questions about where shit goes. You know what I mean? I was doing my work. You know what I'm saying? Ah, she's an idiot, dude. She's probably. I think what Rachel's problem was Rachel didn't like me at first because I think Rachel figured I was like trying to get her job or some bullshit. Especially once they gave me that raise. Once 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 they gave me the raise, yeah, she, she did the same thing to me. She'll like be all nice to you, and I don't even know if that's just like I don't even think she does it half the shit on purpose. I think she like Mr. Magoo's herself into these situations. To be honest with you, but like um she does yeah she doesn't she like I think she saw me as a threat to her job, and I think like she would probably go to Jeremy and talk all this shit at one point. But then I think once you got there, I didn't have to work with her as much. Once you got there because we were covered. Like when you got there, Emma had left, and I think and that was another thing is I had a problem with Emma, and because Emma sucked too. Emma was like Brandon. She didn't want to work. She wanted to stand at the register. She had like horrible mouth, like right talking to customers, like horrible, to the point where they were complaining and shit. And Rachel's like, "Oh, she's gonna be so great. She's gonna do this and that," and she wasn't doing half the shit on her shift, and I was working with her, and so a lot of stuff wasn't getting done during that time. But yeah, they had just given me a raise. They were like fucking firing me. They had no reason to. They couldn't just like get rid of me, and I couldn't transfer because I didn't have like, transportation. So they never even came to me with a problem. I didn't get written up until Brandon worked there. So where she pulled that shit from. She pulls a lot of shit out of her ass though. And then yeah, the competition thing. I think in the beginning she thought that I really wanted to like move up the ladder and like take her away from dude. No. I didn't even want to be a keel. Well, the reason I did it, the reason I took it at first was because it was part time. You know what I mean? And then when what's his name left, I didn't even come to them. They came to me and gave me a raise and fucking and and then like a week later, they're like, "Oh, we got someone started." It was like a week. It was like a week because you started in January, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got the raise. Like I was, yeah, and I got the raise. You probably know the date, and I know because I was looking at my pay stubs. The last time I was like, that's lit. Yeah, dude. So my first paycheck with the raise was the week of the 14th. Yeah, because I was looking at my last time I looked at my pay stubs because I wanted to check to make sure they gave me that raise because I'd never seen a pay stub until like a month ago. So when I checked my pay stubs that month, I was like, oh, I wonder if they ever when they gave me my raise and when they actually gave it to me because like I was bitching about it, like not seeing pay stubs for so long. So I looked at the first couple checks, it was there, and then I'm like, all right, let me go back to January, and I was like, when did that happen? And it was like right after he got fired right before Christmas, and then like after Christmas is when they promote right at the beginning of January. And you got out on the third. Yeah, so like a week. No, I don't. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Yeah. At first, yeah. definitely. Rachel didn't like me at first. I didn't really like. I don't really like her either. I still don't like. I mean, I like her as a person, but as a coworker, she's just. Yeah, she's. I mean, that's her livelihood. You know what I mean? Like it's not like it's some part-time bullshit job for her. You know what I mean? That's her career. That's as far as she'll ever get. You know what I mean? She loses that, she's screwed. Her husband don't work. Her kid ain't ever gonna work. So I mean, she has that kind of built into her. It's probably like mom instinct type of shit. And then once she calms down a little bit, but yeah, because like you can tell that she complains to Jeremy about Brandon. But I don't think she complains to Jeremy. I don't think she knows what to prioritize and what not to in those conversations. And she probably said so much in the conversation that it's just watered down. And it was never a big enough deal for him to go in and like. I mean, he never even came up to me and asked anything. I mean, he knows how I made comments to him like, "What the fuck are you doing, giving this dude hours? He don't do shit." Dude sat there outside while we unloaded a truck. Like he couldn't even punch in 5 minutes early. Like, why would you want someone like that around him? He still is probably. There's something up, like, because Bill's like, yo, I've never seen Jeremy. He's like, he's like, Jeremy was never like this before. I'm like, I don't know what happened, dude, but like, he don't do nothing. Like, he don't have no. He's like, because he like Bill pretty much like. Was saying how like and it wasn't like when I started there or whatever, but he just said like this last 6 months or this last year, hey, he's like he just hasn't been the same. He hasn't do, and I'm like, well, I don't know, like, but that dude ain't got no balls or nothing because he don't like, and that's again same thing for him though. That's like he just bought a house. You know what I mean? You think he's gonna like go in there and go to bat for some dude that doesn't really? I mean, it's not that I didn't care about my job, but you know what I mean, like. And like it's reckless. Yeah. Right. My attendance, all that shit. The fact that I cover everybody when they call off and all that bullshit. Like I told Rachel yesterday, because I'm like, yeah, I never called off. I said I come in. I said I was afraid that they would send me home the second time for my eye, because I'm pretty sure both times it was just pink eye. I don't know why, but like once you get it a couple times, like it just comes back, like or you fire it on my pillow one way or the other. I kept getting it, and I think I might have got it the first time you weren't there. The first time I was still part time, and it was like it was one of my first 6 o'clock shifts in the morning, and I didn't get any sleep because my eye was bothering me. And then once the sun came out, like I couldn't even open my eye. I literally wore like I had to get up like an hour early and put an eye patch on. I didn't have an eye patch. I had to make one. It sucked, dude. And I had to walk to work. It was like the middle, it was freaking middle of winter. My eyes killing me, dude. I didn't give a shit. I mean, I was afraid they were gonna send me home. Like they were gonna realize it was pink eye. I think, oh, he's gonna get it. Everyone's gonna get it. But no, it didn't, because I had it covered, and I wasn't touching it and touching other things. Like I knew better. I don't know if it was or if it wasn't. I was assuming it was because I've had it before. And then I got it again. I don't know. I think you were there when I got it. But it was like when you first started, I got it again. I was having a problem with my eyes the whole time. That was another thing. I couldn't see good. That first 3 months I was there, my glasses were really bad. I couldn't see that good. And I was having a hard time. And then I had that shit happen with my eyes. And that wasn't just like a one-day thing. It hurt really bad for a day or two, but like it affected my eye the whole week. And I couldn't read barcodes. I couldn't read UPCs at all until I got these new glasses. So that was a huge thing too. But as far as me being an idiot, I used to say that about myself all the time when I started there. You don't know shit when you're there, and they don't train you. Like they don't tell you what to do. Like I'd be like, oh yeah, and then I would think about it. I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm an idiot because I didn't think of that. Like I didn't think of the right answer, and I had to ask you for it. And then finally, after enough times of doing that and learning it, it was all pretty easy. And then, like I said, that was when, at that point, it was Emma and Bill. Pretty much, I was working with Emma and Bill, and then I would work with Rachel like 1 or 2 nights a week. Or I would come in the morning. They had me. It wasn't the way it was with you. Is that I was working pretty much all nights. I never worked a morning since you were there. And I think once they had that separation between me and Rachel. Because I was like, I was really, even with Aaron, like Aaron couldn't stand her either. And he worked with her for like 3 years. Like he worked with the Dollar General for a while. He was at Mapleton when they started, when they opened or whatever. And he's worked with her for a while. And like, I remember like the first week I was there, I worked with her, and then I worked with him, and then I worked with her, and then I worked with him again. And he's like, "Oh, did she tell you the story?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude, like 5 times." And I was like, "Oh, I probably shouldn't have said that," because I'm like, "Dude, I don't want to trash the assistant manager." But I was like, "Yeah, she told me like 5 times," and I laughed. He's like, "Yeah, that's what she does, dude, doesn't she?" He like started going off. He's like, "Dude, I can't stand her." He's like, "She just talks and talks and talks and tells the same stories over and over again." And I was like, "Yeah, bro," and like so he used to bitch about her all the time, and then like he would call her up for a ride because it was the winter. Like she wasn't even working, and she would come to Dollar General, pick him up, and take him home. Or like she probably went to Jamie's or something. She used to come in like every single shift. Every single shift we worked, she would come in and buy Pepsi or whatever. I was like, she lives 4 houses down from a Dollar General. Like, why she got to come all the way down here? And I think it was at her little freaking like mama bear, I don't want to lose my job type of bullshit. That's why they do like always at Jamie's over there. Then she stopped doing it. She stopped coming in. Like once Brandon came in, once Brandon started, she stopped. I barely seen her. Yeah, she was still doing that when you started. She was still coming like every night for like the first month, and then she finally started like easing up a little bit. It was so annoying. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, yeah, I've said that it's like I told Bill today. I said, you know, it, I don't think. I think that is the weak link there. I don't Brandon and all that stuff. That's bullshit. But if they really wanted to, like, I don't know, that store sucks. It's not gonna be Yeah, he's not the problem. I mean, he's a huge part of the problem. But I think Rachel's the problem. I don't think Rachel does what an assistant manager should do. I don't think she does enough. And I think she's on her phone too much, and I think she nags him about stupid shit too much. But I don't think they really give a shit. I mean, I think they're like comfortable, basically. Like that's why they don't push any buttons when something happens, because they don't want to lose their jobs. That's all they got. And so like, yeah, that's messed up. Like it's messed up. It's messed up that like so what if you said that? So what if you said it? It ain't. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So what if you said that? What's the big deal? Like, what is he that easily offended by? Like, what does that even mean? It's not even. It's barely. It's not even an insult. It's like, dude. It's like we don't want to hear you talk. Is what it's saying. It's being polite because you want to tell him to shut up. Is what you want to say. Like in a way, you were kind of being more professional, even though I mean, and you were probably like saying it like as a joke. Like, bro, I've dumped girlfriends for asking questions. You know what I mean? Like, it's a joke. It's a one-off. Like, he called corporate and complained about that. And the fact, I can't believe that like, well, they don't even have to tell you that unless he's going to write you up. You don't even need to know about it. I mean, why even? Because as a manager, I wouldn't tell you because that's just going to make tension worse. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, your coworker called corporate and said you read. Like, that's not going to be good for the store, for everybody to know. You know what I mean? So if I didn't believe Brandon and I was the manager, I'd probably like not even say anything, especially if you already got a foot out the door and threatened to quit 4 days ago? Once again, does he think you're that stupid that you would freaking say something like that or do something like that? It's insulting, in my opinion, but. Well, yeah, sure. Remember? That's what I'm saying. Well, that's nothing happened because no one told Jeremy about it. I don't know if because I went when you told me that I went to Rachel because you were like he didn't just threaten the girl. You said he threatened anyone. Anyone. And he had his fist in the air. Right. And that's what I'm saying. So that, he basically threatened everyone in the store. I didn't feel safe after that point. I made that clear to everybody, to Rachel, to Bill. I shouldn't have to go to Jeremy with that. Rachel should be like, oh, one of the employees, they should investigate, is what they should do. So, because I don't know, I wasn't there. You were there. So what should have happened? Okay, I went up the proper chain. I'm the shift manager. You told me. Okay? I tell my assistant manager. My assistant manager is supposed to tell the manager, and then the manager is supposed to look into it. That never happened. None of that happened. So, and none of that happened with anything that I went to Rachel about, except for the shirt color, which I didn't have to go to her about because everybody saw it. So unless it's like plain as day thrown in their face and they have to do something about it, they don't do anything. Like, so they let this. So now you got this dude who's threatened a 77-year-old man working at your store. Can't work with a guy who you need there. And he's still there every day. And like that tension just kept building up. And it's still building. It's still building to the point where they write like you're a child. No fighting in the store tonight. Like that shit, man. That's just so infuriating. If it has to get to that point, why is he there? If it gets to that point, he shouldn't be there. Whole paragraph of shit. Right. Yeah, and again, putting that on that legal pad that day made things worse. No, and it made things worse, and that was Rachel's decision. At the end of the day, that wasn't Katie's fault. That was Rachel's fault. And again, it's probably still there. Just go back in the dates. I know, yeah, that's right. Barely grow a mustache. Right. Yeah, you don't need his help. And that's and you don't need to be doing his work for him. And that's all he wants.
That's what he wanted. He wanted work done so he could say he did it, or that he could say it, whatever. So I mean, yeah, yeah. Well, you could tell. Yeah, you could tell that. Oh, that's who else is like that. You know who else is like that though? You know, and then and honestly though, I mean, she is an assistant manager. Like he's just a keyhole. And the whole thing when Bill told me like, oh, when he told me about how he was going, I'm Brandon, I'm the manager for the night. Like, dude, like it's like I said, it's one thing to take some pride in your work, but bro, it's a key holder job at Dollar General, bro. Like you impressing all these 16-year-old chicks that walk in. Bill said that he was trying to impress. He was talking to some young girl the other day. He goes, I come up to the register. He goes, first off, he's never at the register, but he goes, I come up to the register and there's a girl there and he's talking. He said, what were they talking about? And he's like, it was the dumbest shit I ever heard. Oh, he said he won $30,000 in some lottery or some bullshit last week. Did you hear about this yet? Brandon. Brandon. Yeah, no, I'm sure he's lying. I'm sure he's lying. Bill's like, so Bill comes up and he overhears Brandon. Oh yeah, I won the lottery. I won like $30,000. It's like some 16-year-old shit, right? And Bill looks at me. He's like, what's he trying to do there? Like, why is he trying to impress some 16-year-old girl? Like he's like, and I'm like, why does he sit here and watch kids play baseball? Like, why did he want to do that so bad? He's a weirdo. I mean, that's speculation, but like, he does some weird shit, and he's like 28. He's not like 22 or 20. Yeah. But, I mean, he's 28, so I mean, if they were teens, they'd be different. But there again, you can't tell. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and either way, yeah, that's creepy. Yeah, that's cringe, dude. I think they kind of humor him, because he works there or whatever, and they're probably like, oh, and then they just sort of like that. They probably get in their car and laugh or something. You know what I mean? Especially if they're like little girls, because like what do they think that he comes up to them? Like, you think that he's desirable? He thinks he's dating material. I thought he had a girlfriend anyway, but he's always chasing. He's always chasing chicks around the store. He follows them around and shit. He's weird, man. Yeah, that's the only time he comes up to the drawer. Yeah, the Eagles guy. The Eagles guy. The Eagles fan, dude. He was in there today when I was there. The black dude. But yeah, like no. If like there's a chick in line, like he'll sit and talk to a customer until like that chick's the next one in the queue. And I'm like, dude, she don't want to talk to you anyway. I don't understand what you're trying to do. None of these people want to talk to him. When I was working, when I came in and you were working there, and he started talking about how houses were cheaper in New York. It's like laughing. I'm like, dude, what? Like, no, people in New York do not believe that bullshit, dude. Like, they know that. They're like, there's no way this dude. They probably think he's on meth because there's no way it's cheaper in New York. Like, people know they live here. Like, you're not gonna pull the wool over our eyes. We're from here. You know what I mean? Like, we know New York sucks. That's the only. Yeah. He's like, oh well, yeah. Minimum wage is no, it's not. It's like 15. First of all, second of all, it's more. You know why? You know why minimum wage is higher in New York? Because it costs more to live here. You dipshit. That's the reason it's more. That's the whole reason. Like that is the answer to the question. And he skips over that part and talks about how he says houses are cheaper. Like how like he's ever looked at to buy a house here. He doesn't even pay rent. Yeah, he's got some story about his divorce that he went through that I still think is bullshit. His ex-wife thing. The only first off, the reason I know that his whole ex-wife story is bullshit is because he doesn't talk about it. He talks about everything. He only talks about it in like oh, my ex-wife, and then he tells a story. He doesn't talk about her. Like, dudes talk about their ex-wives when they tell a story about something with their ex-wife. Like, they don't just say my ex-wife. Yeah. Oh, right. And even if you don't start from the beginning, while you're telling a story about a situation involving your ex-wife, you're gonna talk about it. Like, you're gonna just, even if it's nice stuff, you're gonna say something. Like, he just says like, oh, yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. In other words, like whenever I heard him mention it, it was just like that was it, and then it was the story, which had nothing to do with anybody else in particular but him. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a weird way to tell a story. Like, first of all, you usually give a little bit of context about the people you're talking about. But it's just weird. I don't know. I think he made a lot. I think like the Crohn's thing. I think he made that shit up too. If you talk to Katie about it and like how she has it and lives with it and manages it and takes probiotics and all that shit, she sounds like someone that actually has Crohn's disease. You know what I mean? Like, you could just tell by talking to them. To him, it's just shitting. It's just, oh, I shit 20 minutes every time I go. That's Crohn's disease. Like, it's not about his diet. Like, he doesn't talk about diet, probiotic, any of that shit. Like, it's just like, I shit. I poop. I got Crohn's. I poop. That means I got to be in the bathroom 20 minutes. That's all. You know what I mean? But yet he'll talk about shit like Pokemon to someone that doesn't even do Pokemon for 25 minutes while they're supposed to be working. Like, you know what I mean? So he like overshares with that, but he doesn't talk about like how the Crohn's is super invasive. It's a super invasive way to live. Like, you gotta eat a really kind of bland diet. You gotta really watch. Like, he doesn't talk about that shit. Like the shit that people with Crohn's talk about. It's just weird. It's the same. It's like the ex-wife thing. People with an ex-wife talk about their ex-wife, especially when they're in their 20s. It's not like he's 50 and he's remarried and long forgotten about the bitch. Like, this is something that's fresh in his memory. That just is, relatively new. It's a big life event. So it's weird. He's a weird dude. According to Bill, he should have never been hired in the first place, and I agree with that. That was a Jeremy problem. That's actually a Rachel problem too. That's a Rachel problem because Rachel and Juliana hashed that whole scheme at first, and then Rachel backtracked once he started working there. Because before he started there, she was like, "Oh, we're getting this guy. He's from Kentucky, and he's friends with Juliana, and he's gonna blah 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 blah." Just like she hyped up Emma, and Emma was trash. And Brandon, I'm like, well, she doesn't really know. Give him the benefit of the doubt. I tried to train him. You know what I mean? Which I'm sure they put that on me too. And I'm like, well, that's not good. I mean, I trained Katie too. 2 days, and she was doing the deposit. It took Brandon like a week. Like, you can't train everybody. And just like I said, the first day, he's talking about how overqualified he is. Like, these are all red flags. Those are probably things that would have been brought up in an interview if he ever had an interview. But he never had an interview. So they just hired him over the phone based on someone that went on national television and admitted to just scamming people, like, on her word. You know what I mean? Like, what are you thinking? Why did they even, they do a background check and they didn't see that? Because she wasn't working at Dollar General when she did that scam. That was before. So, like, they had to have known about it. Oh, that was a good hiring decision. You know what I mean? Like, people deserve second chances and they make mistakes. And don't get me wrong. But, like, at the end, and it's Dollar General, and they hired me. I'm a freaking heroin addict and an alcoholic, dude. I appreciate them hiring me as a second chance. I'm also I have 3 college degrees and a bunch of other shit, whatever. If anyone's really, so like, but so at the end, and honestly, yeah, it's part-time Dollar General. But like, dude, you come in and he's worked at like Walmart and on the Joe Biden campaign. Like, and he's got all this experience. He has retail. He did overnights at Walmart, I guess. It's like, dude, that's not retail. That's just doing like work. That's work. Like you're not retail is working with customers. I mean, I guess if you're working overnights at Walmart, you are doing retail. But you know what I mean? Like you're not really doing retail until you're working a cash register and dealing with bullshit. You gotta get your hands dirty. You ain't got experience. That is just a bad hire altogether. And if anything, they didn't even do like a phone interview. Like nothing. That's what you're gonna get. I mean, you can get lucky. You'll get lucky. You'll get lucky here and there. I'm sure. You know what I mean? And get like, but it's like, doesn't the fact that this dude is supposedly has a girlfriend in Kentucky and he's trying to get a job at a Dollar General in North Tonawanda, New York, doesn't that raise a red flag? Like, yeah, he's not, with what? With what? His lottery winnings or his good looks? Another job. Okay, so another what? Like, what kind of a job can he get? I mean, I know he's worked. Like he said, he worked like some kind of security bullshit, like for I don't know security, but something with like computers or something. But it's not like he has like a computer science degree or like anything on paper or like if he had any kind of certifications, whether it was like JavaScript or if like he knew C++ or anything, he would be telling you about it. If he knew how to do programming or hacking or any of that kind of shit, he would be talking about it. So we know he doesn't have those skills. Like, what skills does he have to where he can get a job and buy a house in New York? Like, this is going to take him 15 years to do. They're not just going to give him credit, like a mortgage. Right? Yeah, dude, he's like IT tech. He's like ITT tech. If you got their courses on Wish.com, bro, like he's even worse, dude. Like, I watched him on the work computer. Like he talks all this stuff. I got a fucking $3,000 laptop. He's a gamer, dude. He's like me. He's like me. He, yeah. Thinks he knows. Yeah, thinks he can like DDoS people and dox and hack people and all this shit. It's like, bro, you're probably a Facebook troll, dude. I used to do that too. Good job. Like, I mean, what? Like, I don't think he has any marketable skills if he's traveling halfway across the United States to work at a Dollar General. Part time, and complain about working part time. He complains about working part time. He's not one of those people that complains about working part time and complains about having hours. He told me when he started there how he loved working mornings. He told everybody else he didn't want to work any morning shifts because he's inherently lazy and probably isn't up in the morning. So like he might think it's a great idea to tell some. He's one of those people that tells people what they want to hear. He's a piece of shit. Like Bill calls him a piece of shit. He's just a piece of shit. Like, all right, yeah, I'll second that. I mean, it's just a couple of weeks. Is it weeks or days? Yeah. Because you threatened somebody. I mean, dude, this is the fact that dude, he lied. He just straight up lied. Straight up lie. He literally called corporate and lied. Like, there's nothing. Dude, man. Who are they gonna hire? They need to hire somebody. If you're getting Emma, man, you're gonna be just as miserable because you ain't gonna be working with Katie as a keyhole. Well, you will a little bit. You're gonna be working with Bill. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what they were doing anyway. I mean, at that point where I think they were planning on transferring him or getting rid of him, but they should have said that or done or whatever. Because if I had known that, yeah, but Rachel says shit all the time. Yeah,
Rachel, according to Rachel yesterday, he was getting fired, so she doesn't know shit. Oh, so they're gonna fire him when he gets to Twin City? It's the same company, dude. It doesn't matter. Corporate's corporate. It's not like one person owns two stores. They don't do franchises. They don't do franchises. It's Dollar General. They do not do franchises. Look it up. Nobody owns a Dollar General. That's it. Yeah, they're um it's a no, it's not. It's this. They don't have franchises, my friend. They don't. I'm telling you, it's all corporate. It's all under a corporate umbrella. They don't do franchises like McDonald's. Or, I don't even know what McDonald's does anymore. Like TGI Fridays used to do it, where that's how McDonald's. You know how that's how they made their money by franchising. Like because they would buy property, right? When Ray, you should watch the movie. It's pretty good. But when Ray Kroc first started, he was a son. The name of the movie. I'll look it up in the meantime. But the guy Ray Kroc, Michael Keaton plays the guy. But the guy he did this because of milkshakes, basically. Freaking, they added the burgers and all that. But what they figured out was when they started franchising was that they could if they bought the land and franchised it, they could collect on that land. Whether the restaurant does good or not, they got that land. So they would do that, and then they would franchise it. So you have to pay $40,000 to lease this property and have the McDonald's name and all this. You have to pay a franchise fee, and then you get it. They build a McDonald's for you with that money, and then you got to pay rent, and you got to pay. It's like paying dues, and that's and then they just exploded after that. But like places like Dollar General and shit, like retail, like that's a more popular in like food franchising. They do it, like 7-Elevens do that too, which is more retail. But Dollar General, they're strictly corporate like Walmart. And Walmart's a different. Walmart and Dollar General are like same category. And they're. Yeah. Well, Jim's Steakhouse, Jim's Steakhouse like a local chain, right? It's like, oh, they don't have those, like, yeah. So like Mighty Taco, I think, used to do that too. Those are all like local chains. But like, and Taco Bell probably does it, but like, Dollar General and Walmart are like coast to coast, bro. Like I was telling Bill today, because I'm like, dude, this is the thing. Like they don't care about you. Like you are that number you type into that register is who you are. When you call HR to complain, like Brandon had to call HR. It's an automated system, just like it is everywhere else. And then you get through. It's some Indian. It's somebody in Pakistan you're talking to. It ain't somebody that's actually ever been in a Dollar General. And they tell you how to get your job back. Like you're just that 3606448 number that you type in that computer that makes shit. Because like if you were, they would come to you when a conflict happens in the store, and they would say, "What's your side of the story?" I'm not the best employee, but like I think I was worth having. I would think I was probably better off for that company being there than not being there. You know what I mean? So like you would think that they would at least want to hear what I had to say. And the fact that they didn't, this is a big sign. So like something happens, they ain't gonna give you 2 weeks. But I mean it's your part-time job that you do to, make extra cash and do shit. Do it until you can. Do it until you can. Why not? And then you'll find another one. Or do it until you get hired with the city. You know what I mean? Like it's for you. It's not. It's like that's what I've been saying. For you, me. Well, all I'm saying is unless you really plan on turning this key holder job into a career at Dollar General, it's just your part-time job that you do for extra cash and to talk to people and to you know what I mean? Like it's not, you don't take it super seriously, as I didn't really either. And I don't think Bill does, but I think and I don't think Katie, I think all Katie, I don't think she probably gets disability and shit from the military. She probably doesn't need money. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I was trying to explain. Like, I don't need to like be going there and like trying to cause drama with Brandon. Like, I didn't. That's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't want to be going up to Jeremy every day and spending an hour talking. Like, I just wanted to. It should have been taken care of and dealt with after we went to Rachel and all the problems. It's like, it just should have been dealt with. Like, he never even got a talking to. And it seemed like they were focused on my ass the whole time. And there again, because probably we're the only two that would actually be a threat to their jobs. You know what I mean? That's the only thing I could think of. Like, and I don't even know. Like I said, I don't think it's an on purpose thing. I think it's like either a Mr. Magoo situation or like it's just instinct for them to. And it's like, dude, because those jobs are easy. They're not hard to get. I mean, they're only hard to get in the sense that you have to wait for someone to. You have to wait for one to be available. So they clearly. They'll hire anybody that for that assistant manager job. And I'm not even saying that because of Rachel. I mean, if you just look at their track record. I mean, because, like, I mean, Janelle or whatever, her, like, that's not a... It's someone, like, if I was running a store, I'd probably hire. I mean, did she start off as a, key or a manager, or did she have to be an associate first and work her way up? Well, okay, so she wasn't like an associate. She was a key. So they hired her as they hired her as a key, right? The manager? Oh, okay. Right. And there's a reason, like that chick that works at Red Apple that comes in sometimes. There's a reason, like after 2 months, she had enough $1 job. She's worked retail forever too. Like, I mean, it's like the writing's on the wall. that place. Yeah, that's the best way. The way you do it, dude. Because you were gonna quit for the summer. And I had been like, basically, you've been talking like, yeah, dude, don't quit, because I knew I'd be screwed, right? So I was like talking you into it the whole time, and then I ended up getting fired, and now you're stuck there, sort of. I mean, you're not stuck, but yeah, the whole quitting and coming back thing sounds. You should do that. It's too bad you can't do that. Like once you're a key holder, then when you come back as well. They brought you back as a key holder this time, technically. I guess if they needed a key holder somewhere at one of the locations, you could always get that job back. Trust me, once you get settled in a routine of key holder, you're gonna like it better than being an associate. You don't have to. Well, unless like when you work with Bill, you'll still want to mop, especially in the wintertime. At least the front of the store. Like I would mop. I mean, Bill does mop. I just felt bad watching Bill mop, and it takes a little bit longer. It probably doesn't put enough elbow and grease into it, because let's face it, those elbows aren't doing much. They probably didn't do that much when he was healthy. That's the best time, when it's busy. What do you mean, leave New York? Does he go down south for the winter? You know anybody there? She asks too many questions? Well, that's good. You know, you like to threaten, you like to beat up girls that ask too many questions. See how the story's changed already? You know, now you're a woman beater, then they're going to look at your record, they're going to go back and be like, oh, look, we just ran another background check and your court case came back from January. And it seems that you have a violent history, and Dollar General spent all this money trying to figure this out. We're going to have to let you go. You're a woman beater, and you threatened poor Brandon. You know what's funny is that no one talks about Ben. Ben is so lucky Because Ben's like the worst employee there. But Ben is smart because Ben is quiet. That's the difference between Ben and Brandon, is that Ben keeps his mouth shut. And does, like, when he does shit that's wrong, he just kind of is like, whatever, I won't be here for a week anyway. And he comes in for his 4 hours next week, and no one's none the wiser, because that's just, Ben's got the system down. Ben, who is like 19 or whatever he is, already gets it. And Brandon can't figure that shit out. Because there's no way that Ben should be working there either, with the amount of times he's called in and all that bullshit. But they ain't even looking to fire him. Nobody even talks about Ben. Nobody goes home and is like, Ben did a horrible job today, even though he did. You know what I mean? But nobody talks about it because Ben knows what he's doing. I got respect for that, and he doesn't disrespect anybody in the process, really. I mean, he's doing a disrespect by not doing his work, but you know what I mean? He's not being like stepping to everybody in the process and then not doing their job and freaking. That the store doesn't look as good as it was already. There's already shit everywhere when he works. Dude, I was looking down the aisle that he was working in. He was working at NCI. Is that where he was supposed to be today? Oh, you didn't read his? What did you have? Totes in recovery. Did you finish them? Was he supposed to be doing them too? He didn't have totes at all? That's crazy. That's funny because usually when we do totes, it's both people work on totes till 7 o'clock and do recovery. Every single time we do totes, whether it's Bill or you. And you can't do. What was there, a whole U-boat? 16? Oh, that's not bad. But it depends on the totes too. I mean, there's days I can do 3, and then you got customers to deal with too. And if they're all full, if those 3 are full and they're full of shit that sucks, it could take you all night. And then there's days I can do 7 or 10. And a lot of it depends more on customers. And you guys were kind of busy when I was there. Yeah, I was actually surprised when I turned the corner because I'm like, because Rachel told me yesterday that that you were gonna be queue holder and that Brandon was getting fired. So when I turned the corner and I saw the chair leaning against the top, so I was like, what the hell is this shit? Like, they didn't fire shit, but they do. I think honestly, I think, and I don't want to like call people liars because everybody lies about little shit here and there, but I think Jeremy and Rachel lie a lot about stupid little shit, or like actually shit that's not that stupid. I think some of it's kind of important sometimes. I think they do that to Bill. Like, I think Jeremy lies to Bill a lot because he doesn't want to deal with shit. And I know that he does because, like, there's been a couple times where something's happened on my shift with Bill, right? Like, Bill's drawer's over or Bill's drawer's under. And, like, that's just for an example. So say Bill's drawer's under, like, $50 or over $50. I'll tell Bill, like I always tell everybody what their drawer is. I try to. They, Bill, your drawer's $50 over. I'm like, let's check the drawer. We'll go through, we troubleshoot all the issues. Is it in the drawer? Did it get sucked underneath? Is it in the deposit somewhere? Where is it? And then if I can't find it, I'll be like, all right, I'll leave a note for Jeremy. He'll figure it out tomorrow. Which is usually, that happens. You'll find that this will happen once in a while. And so, like, Bill would come in the next morning, especially if it was, like, over $10. Like, Bill would, like, drive there the next morning and be like, yo, what happened? He was over 100 and that. So he would go there and talk to Jeremy. And by that time, oftentimes, I would have figured it out. I would have figured it out by then. If Jeremy, you know what I mean? Like, I would probably figure it out, like, while I was in bed, thinking, at night, I'd be like, oh, this is what happened. So I would know what the problem is or whatever, what the real problem was. And I would come in the next time I worked with Bill, and I'd come in and Bill would be like, "Oh, I came in to talk about that $50." And I'd be like, "Oh yeah, Bill." I was like, I'll be like, "Here's what happened," and he'd be like, "Stop! Don't tell me what happened," because either he would go into the office and he'd be like, here's a guy that cares so much that he drives in on his day off to find out what happened because his drawer wasn't right, and Jeremy would be like, "Oh no, we took care of it," or he'd like make up a story, like, this happened. And when I already knew what the truth was, so when Bill would tell me this shit, I'd be, "Yeah, well, that's not what happened." Bill would be like, "No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know the truth." He's like, the fact that they can't even be bothered to tell me, that he just brushes Bill off like he's a kid. Like, it just really pisses Bill off. You know what I mean? Like, Bill kind of earned his stripes, if you will. You know what I mean? Like, if why are you bullshitting Bill? Why are you lying to Bill? Like, again, it's just stupid little shit. And that kind of shit just kind of shows me that there's a lack of respect. It's just kind of like, you didn't treat Bill like that. So yeah, I know like I've caught Rachel lying about shit, like when it's like stuff like she's supposed to be doing and she ain't. And I'm just like, whatever. But again, a lot of times I don't. And I was never in the business of questioning with Rachel. I know like Bill like to bitch about Rachel a lot when it comes to like her going out, being on the phone, and her like not doing her work, whatever. I don't know what her work is. I never did her job. I'm sure it's not to talk on the phone to her husband all day. I'm sure of that. But I don't know her job, and it's not my place to go to Jeremy about Rachel, and I never did. I never, I didn't throw anybody under the bus that ever, like, I never went to him about you or Bill or anything. The only person I ever really went to him about was Brandon, and I didn't even really go to him because I went to Rachel about that. That's how chain of command works. Otherwise, why have an assistant manager? So he always, not only that, the other thing is that he always seems like he's too busy to hear it. He's already like, it's like he sees me coming, he's running the other way every time. So I just didn't bother. Like, screw this dude. Like, you don't want to hear it. It's like, even when, man, like that shit when we had that fresh truck. Like I said, he came in early. And he's just sitting there, and we're unloading the truck, and I'm just like, why are you giving this dude extra hours? Tell him to come in. He was coming in early anyway. He was coming in an hour early. So why not punch in another 10 minutes early and help us with the truck? No, you see the truck there, you're going to grab a folding chair and go outside? Come on, dude. I probably, if I would have walked in the store to shop, if that happened, and I was just on my day off coming in to shop, I probably would have helped with the truck. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude could have punched in and got paid. He's more like, it don't make no sense, man. And then the freaking hour lunch thing, stupid. Or maybe he's got a drug problem or something. I can't imagine eating an hour lunch. The only time I ever need an hour lunch is like if I was in the bathroom and if I couldn't find a vein, dude. That's why I would need an hour lunch. There was no other reason for me to ever take an hour lunch than drugs. Right, on a half hour. It drives me crazy to do that shit work because, like, I can't. When I like to scroll and when I do that stuff, I like to be able to, like, I want to keep going if I get to something I like. And if I get to the video that I want to watch and it's my half hour's up, I'm gonna be pissed and I'm gonna forget about it and never watch it because So, like, I don't even want to mess with that. I'll check Coinbase, I'll check my Bitcoin and all that shit. But, like, I just go back to work and work until I gotta punch back in because it drives me nuts, dude. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, that whole hour thing, I don't know, man. I just can't imagine. It just doesn't want to work that badly. Like, it's mind blowing. Mind blowing.
Yeah, he did it. Yeah, but you're not the only one. He does it whenever he gets 8 hours. He takes an hour, pretty much, almost every time. Right. 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 Dude, it screws everything up doing that. It screws everything up because it's an hour, that's an extra, basically an extra hour of work that doesn't get done because it takes you off of work for. It takes you not, basically you can't do totes the way you would normally do them in that hour, and he's not working for that hour. So technically you lose 2 hours of work, but I mean you really only lose an hour and a half because he should take at least a half hour. But either way, like it's just stupid. I don't get it. Why you're there? Get paid while you're there. I used to be like when I used to have the option. I used to have some jobs that would like still try to force that break bullshit. I'd be like, all right, I'll just tack it on to the end of the shift. And I'd leave a half hour early. And I had jobs that would let me do that. But that was like back in the day when you could fudge time cards a lot easier. You know what I mean? Where they could, like, if you knew the guy in HR, they would, just be like, yeah, whatever. Like you're working. It's not like we're doing anything bad. It's just fudging the numbers so New York doesn't get on our asses. Like I mean, but those days are kind of over with any kind of corporate entity because they're so worried about getting sued all the time. That's all they care about. That money, the number. I mean, I get it. You're in business to make money. A lot of places, that's why I mean, like they try to. Dollar General has this like image on the outside that they're just kind of this mom and pop convenient corner store shit, but they're nothing. They're expensive. They're a ripoff. I still never got my $10 on that Procter and Gamble sale. I still got the receipt. I had it in my back pocket when I came in today. I was almost gonna bug Brandon about it. Be like, yo, I need a manager, and be like, yo, I got this Charmin toilet paper, and you said that I was going to get a $10 rebate. I mean, he's the reason I did it. He's the reason I did it. What's that? Dude, he messes with the ads. He messes with the ads so he can be on his phone, right? So like if someone comes up to him, he's got the ad open. Like if it's like corporate or if like the district manager happens to walk through the store, he's got the app open. You can just switch over to the app and be like, I was just looking at something for a customer. You know what I mean? Like and like he just burns time with that app so he doesn't have to actually do physical work. You know shit. Fucking that yeah, that don't work half the time. Yeah, stupid. The app sucks. Well, at least I think if they do that, it'll be in a little bit better shape. I really hope for your sake they don't bring Emma or they don't hire her back. I hope they just get a new, fresh. They need a new. What they need, you know what? Here's what they need. Here's what they need. They need. Yeah, right. You've already quit 6 times. Um, what they need to do is they need to hire like an 18 or 19-year-old kid that's never worked a job before, that has good parents. That's what they need for a part-time associate. That's what they need, and have you and Katie train them, and it'll be fine. But if they don't do that and they bring Emma back, or they just bring in some schlub, I don't know. Like I know Jeff's daughter has been looking for a job too. His son works over at Save-A-Lot, um,
But like, she's been asking for a job. Like, there's plenty of people. Like, they just need a young kid in there that never worked a job. It's important. It's like their first job, because then you can teach them properly how to work, do a job. Like, you know what I mean? You don't want someone that's worked like Brandon, who's got all this experience, because it don't amount to shit. I'd rather mold this new employee into my image. That's how he did. That's how we did it in the bartending business. You just freaking hire a noob that doesn't know shit, and then you can train them how you want shit done. They don't bring all their bullshit from their other jobs. Oh, yeah, this way over at freaking, yeah, okay. Nobody cares. This is how we do it here. You don't have to hear all that shit when you get some kid that's never worked before. You don't have to hear how overqualified they are. You get straight to the work. But yeah, they just needed some kid in there, 18, like some college kid, whatever, like Emma. I mean, whatever. Just pick a kid. Neighborhood's full of them. Kids are. What's that? Well, yeah. How easy it is, really. Yeah, and that's your routine. You know, you get up, my setup, I get in, I go through the aisles, I make sure there's nothing blocking something shit for people to trip over, and I would sweep the front rug, and sweep all that shit outside, do all that while Rachel and Jeremy were dicking around and doing their drawers, and freaking read the legal pad. You know, you get your routine, and that's just how you do it. And then I'm set up, and then I'd be like, oh, I'm on totes, so I go get my cart, everything I know I need for totes. HHT. I mean, of course, it took me a long time to get to that point. Boxer. Oh, yeah, exactly. And then you set that up, and then Rachel leaves, and you know, because usually well, you're gonna be getting there later than I would have, but like when you get there and you're taking over for them, like Ben will be there, he'll be gone probably by if you're in at 3. But you know, you either got to do their drawer, one of their drawers, or they do their drawer. So you're staying. You don't have a drawer if they're both there. You're dicking around, so like you can't really do nothing for the first 20 minutes. That's why I walk through the store and just make sure there's nothing on the floor. You know, I just do a quick run through, and then like you know, he gives you totes or whatever. Yeah, like I said, you set up. Or if I'm back at the store, I make sure I got what I need. And as soon as I'm ready, it sucked the last month because you guys weren't coming in till 5 o'clock. I had to stand around for 2 hours cashing people out. Can't get as much work done. What time have you been going in? What time were you there today? 3? Yeah, that 5 o'clock shift's gotta suck, bro. I hated it. The couple times they had me do it before I left, I felt like the 5 to 9 drags. Like well, that too. It's not worth it, but also like, but yeah, and you're there, and I don't know. There's something about like when I was there 5 to 9, it felt longer than 2 to 9. Like 2 to 9 seemed to go by real quick for me. Probably because that's how I had my routine. That's how I had everything in my head. I got in at 2 or 1 or 2, and I hated the 1 o'clock too. I like 2 o'clock. It's perfect. And then like one of you would come in at 3 or 4, so I did get like I had an hour or sometimes 2 by myself, which was just enough. And then I got sick of it. Perfect. You guys come in, I can work on totes or we bullshit for an hour. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, it's good the way that I had to break up my time where I wasn't. Right. Yeah. No, I mean it's. Right, and you got that whole hour to make up for it. You got that whole extra hour to make up for it. It's like you and I can talk for an hour because we can be like at the end of the night when it's like 7:30. You and I can be like, oh, we'll just double our time a little bit, work a little faster the last half hour, just get everything done. And that's how we kind of operated. Like we would bullshit. I would end up at the end of the night. I'd end up hustling and sweating that I shouldn't have had to do, but I was too lazy earlier in the day. So. But yeah, I mean, we always figure that out. But if he's coming up to you asking questions about if Arizona's on bottle deposit, like you're just killing so much time with that bullshit. the questions. I know, and honestly, even if you did, I mean, there's things you would talk about, but like, it's just you don't like him. I mean, honestly, that's at the end of the day. You just don't want to talk to the dude, and that's what he and that's what he wants to do instead of working. That's how you gotta like. I think with Jeremy, you gotta just make it simple. Like, dude doesn't want to work, and I do. You know what I mean? Because it's like he's looking at you all confused, or he seems all confused about this situation where I don't know. They're watching the cameras all, and they should know what's going on in their store. Like, I don't understand why this is a surprise. Dude sucks. Like, I don't know how they could work the 2 days. Like, he would work 2 days in a row, and I don't know how they could come in that morning and not notice that shit wasn't done right. And I don't know if that's a testament to you being there when he was working that night, because they would schedule it. It would always be like him and Bill the first night, and then you and Bill the second night. So the reshops would get done sometimes, because you were there. Then you stopped doing them. You know what I mean? Because you didn't stop doing them. You just did it the smart way. You did them yeah. And then you got your manager, your assistant manager, telling people not to do it, or that she doesn't have time to do it, which is bullshit. That's bullshit. She knows where every item in that store goes. It takes her 30 seconds to put an item away. She should not be using the reshop bin. She should, and if she's busy, she can set it aside. I mean, there's always time to like run an item back. There's no way. She's on her phone at least an hour every shift. And I don't think she's on a conference call with corporate. Is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? So I don't get why she can't put her reshots away. And it sets a bad example. So if the people if the assistant manager and the managers aren't doing it, then why should Brandon? I mean, there's three notes on the bin. 3 notes on that bin. I bitched about it for 2 months, and it still doesn't get done. Yeah. Well, Bill does it. Bill will do reshops. Bill will do reshops. Right. I told Jeremy. I said, Jeremy. I told him that we don't even put shit in there. And I said, look. I said, if that's the way it's going to be, I said, every time I come in after my 2 days off, that thing's got shit in it. And I said, I'm not putting it away anymore. I said, if you guys want to put stuff in there, then you should assign it once a week. Let it fill up, and then once a week, assign it to someone. Assign it to Brandon every week. I don't give a shit, but it's got to get done. It gets done. It never was a problem on my shift. So the problem was us elsewhere. You know what I mean? Or, as long as you, me, Bill, were working, none of our reshops didn't get put away. So what I'm supposed to do, and I'm supposed to do everybody else's work that if they don't want to do it, right? Yeah. So now you're going to be more. So as the shift leader or as the key holder, that's your job to that's the one job you get to delegate because you're the manager. So it's got to get done. You either do it yourself or you ask the other person to do it nicely, or you help each other, do it. Or you don't put anything in the damn bin to begin with, because it's so easy to just put the shit away. There should never be. The other day I went in there and it was like a third of the way full, right? And I'm like, that shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that full. And it wasn't like one of those things where it was like 2 big items. You know what I mean? It was like all little shit. You probably know what I'm talking about. It was like last week or whatever, within the last 5-6 days, and there was like 6 inches of shit at the bottom. And Katie was working there. I'm like, I didn't say anything, but I noticed it. And I'm like, no, I did say something. That was the time I said, no, that was a different time. But yeah, the first time I seen it was the time that I said something, and Katie was like, I was gonna do them. And then I did them, and it took me like less than 5 minutes anyway. And I'm like, well, how do you not have time to put an item away here and there? Like, leave it on put it on the safe, but then they forget it. I hated that. Like you put it by your register, but you remember to actually put it away. Most of them don't. They leave it there and then it sits there, or they put it on that stupid black shelf and it sits there for 2 weeks. Well, that's right. That bottle of ibuprofen that's on that black shelf, I bought for everybody. Same with all the shit in the back, all the paper plates and all that shit. The mat, the miracle whip. You can use if you want. Good. Well, so what? So Brandon and Jeremy can shit all over it. Still, dude, you have every right to say that, dude. That's not a threat. That's not something you go to complain to HR about because dude, the dude's a slut, and dude, it's amazing because we live in this world where people can just do like are just entitled to do whatever the hell they want and burden other people, and then when you're just bringing up a point that people when they work and cohabitate normally respect those areas like. They don't when they make a mess, they clean up after themselves. That's like a normal thing. So like, but it gets to the point when you ask someone or you bring that up where that's like they're offended by that the fact that you said something about him not cleaning, like yeah, don't make a mess back there because it's true. He's the one that made a mess back there. And him and Jeremy. I'd say it to Jeremy too, but dude, what you got to spill? Why you got to spill a half a cup of coffee every time you make coffee? Dude? I don't understand it. Bruh, like the whole table's covered in coffee. Like it's disgusting. And then you got barbecue sauce on the walls and dipshit. And you go to the bathroom and there's shit smeared everywhere. It's like, dude, what is going on in this place? That dude, man, like that bathroom has been so disgusting. I'm so glad I never shit there. Man. Oh yeah, just use mean green, bro. Just put mean green. Just use mean green for everything, dude. I mean, that's just and getting them to like why paper towels, like all that shit. What's that? Mean green, bro. Yeah, it's like I wouldn't be cleaning bathroom. I wouldn't want to sit on mean green. I don't know what's in that shit. You need like Clorox or you need like bathroom cleaner. Like that shit. They should store use a bottle of scrub and bubbles. Store use, the Lysol disinfectant. Yeah. But I'm saying though, they should be doing it. Like, who told you to clean the bathroom? Oh, Brandon tried telling you after he shit and blamed it on the customer. Yeah, I know. That's right. That's another thing. That dude like does that kind of bullshit. Like I'm just gonna mess the bathroom up, blame it on someone else, and have someone else clean it. Like that's screw that shit, dude. That dude dropped every time yeah. Dude, he didn't see nothing. He made that, dude. There ain't no mysterious customer that did that. I'm telling you right now. He made that shit up. Just like he made up the weed thing. Because I know for a fact you weren't smoking weed out in front of the store, so ain't no customer gonna complain about you smoking weed in front of the store. There ain't no reason you would do that, and then he would go to the deodorant aisle and spray himself with shit. That doesn't make any sense. You got any cologne or anything? I didn't smell it. Oh, you hit it. Oh, he's a hippie? I think he's just dirty, bro. Don't give him hippie cred, bro. Don't give him no hippie cred. I got respect for hippies. That dude's just dirty. And he's a nice guy. There's something wrong with him. I'm not trying to be a dick. He's a nice guy, but he's also annoying as fuck, dude. these cringe. These what I secondhand cringe, dude. That dude's the worst when it comes to secondhand cringe, bro. Like I can't be around him. It's like nails on a chalkboard sometimes. And I've never used to be like that. Like we're to the point where I feel like I'm being rude now, where I just have to walk away, otherwise I'll say something that I'll regret. Like I just can't because it's shit so. That's how I was with Brandon. Like I could not. I just know I would have said something that really would have hurt his feelings. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, dude, why? Like, I mean, there's so many times in a shift. I don't know how many times I've had to tell him, like, bro, like I said this a million times. Working in paper plates, bro. He's coming back here. Like, why are you coming back here to talk to me about life, dude? Like, leaving the store wide open. Like, just and then I would tell him that, and 20 minutes would go by. He would do the exact same thing. Like 3 times a shift, he would do the. Dude, he is a question. Yeah. No, he knows what he's. And yeah, it's about Arizona cans, dude. Like that's all, dude. That's just. I, he's definitely got some sort of disorder, but it ain't nothing to do with it. That's just I'm telling you right now. He doesn't have the like attention span or whatever to concentrate on a job for more than 5 seconds. Like he has to be telling a story. Like he just doesn't want to work. He'd rather be talking to you. So he's gonna try to come up with any bullshit to talk about. It's like you said, dude. The tie in the shoe. Like you tie yourself the shoes in a bow. Holy cow! Like just anything to talk about. And instead of doing work, anything. Freaking do they recycle? First of all, they'll recycle anything. I mean, it's not even a question you have to ask. Dude. They will recycle them. Whether you get a nickel back for them is another story. But to answer the question of will they recycle aluminum cans, yes, Brandon, they will. I mean, like, how stupid are you? And most people know that it says right on the top of the damn can or the plastic thing where the deposit is. You know what I mean? Right? Nothing relevant, nothing that would be detrimental to your job getting done. I guarantee you that. The only thing detrimental to your job getting done is him being there and asking the question. But you know how to do it, yeah. I get you. Yeah. Right. First of all, if they wanted you to be trained, they would have put that on your list to do for tonight. He's probably got to be wondering, unless they already told him, he's probably got to be freaking out. I'm saying if he's getting transferred or not. I'm not talking about. I know you told him, but I don't know. Does he know he's being transferred? Right. Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah. I would have done the same thing, dude. I'd have been like, oh yeah, they gave me $30 an hour too, bro. Yeah. But I'm asking if he knew before you told him, and if he knew he was being transferred, or if he thinks he's getting fired. You know what I mean? Okay. Right. I don't under, dude. That is just so weird, dude. You're not a key holder yet. You can't do drops. Oh, your numbers are all set already. Oh, that was quick. There you go. You can do your own drops. Technically, you don't. You should. Yeah, you didn't even have to call them for voids then. If they gave you privileges back, they just have to show you how to close. You ain't gonna. You're gonna learn all that tomorrow then. Or when are you working? When are you working? So. Yeah. So tomorrow, who are you working with? Brandon? Yeah. Never mind. I was gonna say if you were working with Katie, they'd probably have you doing voids and shit tomorrow. But since you're working with Brandon, they're probably just keep doing it the way you're doing it. Because yeah, I was just don't I was that's why I said that. I was gonna say if not, you should like yeah. I mean, I guess I wouldn't do them unless you've been told it's okay to do them, or if someone shows you out. But like, dude, you know what I mean? If it was anybody but Brandon, I'd be like, yeah, just start doing them again. You know how to do them. But like, but since it's Brandon, but here's the deal. Since it's Brandon and he's in your drawer for some reason all the time, it just doesn't make any sense to me. That shit's weird. Because it sounds like it's weird. It's weird because if it comes up short, anything happens, and then now he can say right, and now he can say, "Well, I do that all the time. I always go in his drawer and straighten his money out for him. I always do that. I don't, so if something's happening, they can't just be like, "Well, what were you doing? What were you? Well, dude, you need to talk to Jeremy about that. Like, how often does this happen? How often does that happen? Well, that's something a manager should, asking, I think, once or twice a shift, that's normal. No. How often does he go into your drawer a shift? How often does he, that you know of, how often does he go in? Yeah, there's... And you're not there? Like, he doesn't come and get you and be like, I gotta go in your drawer. He just goes in your drawer. Right. Well, I know that. Right. But if he's making a habit of doing this, now it's not gonna eat. I mean, unless he gets caught on camera as far as stealing something. He can always just say, well, it's just, I always check the change and stuff for, or whatever. So, like, just him being there, like, the fact that he's doing it that often, it means, like, it sounds to me like he's either trying to set something up for the future, like he's got, like, but their corporate or whoever's looking at that's going to be like, well, why are you doing that? Like, why are you in the habit of doing this? Like, whoever told... Nobody should be in your... And especially, it's just weird that he doesn't come and get you. Like, most times, if I, like, unless I'm swapping the drawer out and I can't find someone right away, and honestly, when I swap drawers, I think I've done it like 3 times. And one of those times I did when whoever I was working with, I didn't get them. I just swapped them out and then told them when they got back, which I kind of see as not a cool thing to do, because that drawer is your responsibility. And like him being in it, yeah, he's a key holder, but there's no need for him to go in there just to count that. You got to talk to Jeremy about that, because he's going to go down there and do that. And I don't know if, like, I think they should probably stop that behavior before something happens. Like, that's something that you should be proactive about a little bit. Like, next time yeah. Listen. Oh, it's going to crash. Don't worry about that. Yeah. That'll happen. That's going to happen regardless. But don't forget, he's still going to be there for another week or two. He's probably on the schedule for at least another week or two, right? Next week? I'm not, dude, stop thinking, okay, don't think so selfishly. First off, he works with other people. Like, dude, it's not a good, right, well, you're a manager now. No, yeah, you're management. So you think it's not you? So you're not going to tell Jeremy that he makes a habit of going into other people's drawers. You're not going to say anything about it. Just like you didn't say anything about him threatening people, and you're the one that's now thrown under the bus. Dude, what it? Dude, it's not about getting anything out of it. It's about preventing something bad from happening, or for him setting you up on other shit like he just did with throwing you under the bus for threatening him. So he's gonna do the same shit about this drawer bullshit. I'd bring it up because he's doing it he's going in your drawer, he's going in other people's drawers, and you're knowledgeable. You don't have willful ignorance. You're a manager and you know about it. He shouldn't be going in people's drawers just without them knowing. You should tell Jeremy about that. I'm like, that's a serious thing. He shouldn't be doing that. He shouldn't be doing that. He was never told to do like going and be counting your money. Anybody, he shouldn't be doing that to anybody. There again, I would at least say something to Rachel, and then at least you it ain't gonna get to Jeremy. But at least you did your part. You went up the chain of command. You know what I mean? Like that's. If I know. I mean, I thought he was doing it like once at the end of the shift, like because sometimes you always get low on change or whatever. I thought he was just doing change. I don't know why he'd be taking money out and counting it. Is he doing pickups? It tells you when you need a drop. It's every $200. Every time the drawer gets to $350 in cash, it tells you to do a drop. $350 because of the 150. So yeah, you don't need someone to go count it. Right. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. It's hard. Right. Well, it's harder with him. It's harder with him because he's not up there. He's never up there. And like, because if you're up there, it's not. It's not you forget. You gotta press the button every time you do a transaction. You gotta pick up required. He shouldn't. And that would pop up if he signs in. Well, if you're logged in and he signs in, how is he gonna know? If he signs in under his numbers, how is he going to know what, just from the 20s? How is he, like, you just wait, how is he going to know you need a pickup? Just counting the money? Is he getting, so he count, so does he got to keep it what? No shit. Wait, right. So he counts he counts the 150 and then drive, like, that just sounds like a waste of time. Like, you just wait until the drawer tells you. The drawer tells you it's a mathematic thing, dude. It's set to go off at $200, right? So as soon as it hits $350 or higher, it tells you pick up required. There's no need for someone to go in there and count the drawer twice a shift. You work 5 hours, dude. That's bullshit. No, the only time it glitches out is if it needs an extra pick. It'll glitch out on an extra pickup. It ain't gonna ignore pickups. I've never seen that happen. I've worked a lot. I've worked way more hours than he has. There's no way. Have you ever seen that happen? It's not like a human. It's a program, dude. Like, it's programmed to go off at 350. Why it goes off when it's after you've done a drop, I don't know. That's a glitch. But there's no glitch that I know of that happens where you have $600 in your drawer and it doesn't tell you to do a pickup. I've never seen that. Where I'm like, oh, there's so much money in my drawer. I must not need a pickup. Like, I've never noticed that. If anything, I've just ignored it because I had a line of customers and then I do the pickup. But you can, because even sometimes, like, I'll have like 150 and 20s and it won't ask me, or like 140 and 20s. Won't ask me for a pickup, but I won't have a lot of fives and stuff. It knows there's a reason it asks the question, or it has the pickup thing. It knows it doesn't need Brandon to count the drawer. Well, you don't have when you do a drop, when you do your drop, you don't. It doesn't tell you what to put in. Like, but you know you. I'll tell you what. The only times I've ever. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It should know that, but that might not be reliable all the time because of change. Like people getting like, oh, I want 2 5s for a 20 or 4 5s for a 20 or whatever. It could throw all those numbers off, but it does know like it does have a general like it does generally know most POS systems have like a general knowledge of what kind of cash is in the drawer. But I'm pretty sure with ours it's probably just a basic alarm that goes off. Okay, when this number hits this amount, put this alarm on the screen so that they know. And that glitching just doesn't sound like like anything. Like it just it knows that once it knows that there's more than $350 in that drawer, that message is going to come. The only time I've ever had a problem with the math is when I've done a drop without it saying pickup required. In other words, when I was doing a drop, like I thought I had too much money in the drawer, like Brandon's saying, like, oh, it looks like there's enough money to do a pickup. I'll do a pickup, and I'll be like, oh, I'll just do the 20s because there's got to be enough 1s and 5s to make 150, right? And then with the coins and everything, and then I'll end up being like $5 short because I didn't wait for the pickup. I just thought there was enough cash in there to be a pickup, and then the drawer would be at 145 the next day until they took it out of the deposit to put it in there. That's the only way you can screw up is by doing a drop when you don't know if you need a pickup. So yeah, you would have to literally count all the money in the drawer, which seems pretty time consuming to do that twice a shift. In a 5-hour shift when on a Tuesday night, I could see maybe doing that once a shift during like Christmas, but then you're not going to have you're going to be there too. Like you're going to be at the register during those seasons. So like you don't need a manager going in there when you're not even there. That just doesn't. It seems shady. It just seems mad shady, dude. Like he's either like setting up some kind of bullshit for the future, or whatever. Even if he's just taking $2, there's something weird about that. He has no need. He at least needs to be told there's no need to do that. He's got to be told that. Right. Yeah. 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 So, bro, what Brandon tried pulling some shit. Yeah. That's what I'm afraid of. That's what I'm afraid of, dude. That's what I'm afraid of, and he's already like lying to corporate about bullshit, dude. And I'm sure he knows, and he knows those cameras by heart. He knows every blind spot. So like, money starts coming up missing next week, and you haven't said nothing about him going in your drawer, they're gonna be like, well, because dude, I'd be pissed if he was going in my drawer when I would like if I just came up there and he was in my drawer and he didn't call me and be like, yo, I'm gonna do a drop or I want to see if you need there's just no need for it because if I was gonna call you up and be like, I'm gonna see if you need change, I'm gonna go in your drawer and see if you need a pickup or change, you're gonna be like, I don't. Right? I don't need to come up there and watch you because I know I don't need change. So like why wouldn't he ask you first to go in your drawer? It just none of it makes sense to me, bro. That's shady. That's some weird ass shady shit going on. If that's what he's doing, bro, twice a shift, I don't know. There's some other intent because he shouldn't have his hands in your drawer. Yeah, I know. And you shouldn't. Yeah, I hate that too. You shouldn't do that, and you're not going to do that as a key holder probably. But like. Because you stand a foot away from it. It's lazy. You're right by the safe. If you're going to bend over and put that combination in, you should get smacked. Yeah, I said when you're a key holder. You're not a key holder yet. I guess so. So you're not. So anyway, but I said if you do that with your own drawer when you're a key holder, that's just lazy. But like you shouldn't be. I wouldn't be going in like if you're working with Bill, I wouldn't be touching his drawer without him around. I wouldn't let him see you doing that. I'm just saying, if Brandon was, that ain't don't do that shit. That's something that key holders shouldn't be just willy nilly. Shouldn't be going into people's drawers. It's a huge concern. That's the way it should be. The way it should be. Yeah. Yeah. That's the way it should be. You should do your own. I believe. When you get in, you should count your drawer. I mean, that's just kind of like any other normal place I've worked at that I've had to use a drawer. You count your own drawer. Unless, I mean, there's been cases, like when I worked at the bar, like we kind of just took over for the last person, like depending on how busy we were. But like, again, I mean, we had cameras back in 2005 that were way better than the ones at Dollar General. Like, if someone was doing something at that bar, they would have known about it. So, like, because the bars lose hemorrhage money like crazy. Insurance companies will give bars huge breaks for putting in cameras because there's so much liquor. Like, liquor, it gets marked up so high that like a $20 bottle of liquor at a bar is like, it's like a $300 thing, right? So that loss isn't $20 to the insurance company. That loss is what that company could have made off of that bottle. So that's a huge loss when employees are drinking all their shit away. You know what I mean? So that's why a lot of these bars put like, and the insurance companies give these huge breaks for that because they don't, it helps. I mean, a lot of places they let you drink when you're bartending anyway, but a lot of people take advantage of that shit. I used to drink vodka water. That way nobody knew. They would know. They would know. Actually, that's not true. Eventually they caught on that because I would use the same cup for my shift. I put a lemon in. Each drink. So by the end of the night, there'd be like 10 lemons in my cup, and Joe would be like, "So, count the lemons to put on your tab." And I'm like, dude. There's another place that I worked. Like I'd be there on my day off, chilling like with my friends, and one of his other stupid employees would do some bullshit, and I'd end up having to work. It's always that guy that has to fucking cover everyone's slack, calling in sick, all that shit. I gotta talk to that chick, the lady at the cricket. One of my old managers. Her name's Heather. She's one of my managers at JT Wheatfields, my bartender manager, and she works at Cricket now. Her name's Heather. I know you were there. What, you said the owner was there or whatever, like the older lady? I thought she had dark hair, but I talked to either her or like her manager. She came into the store, and I told her I recognized her because I used to hang out at Cricket like a long time ago here and there. I knew who she was. Just being a bartender, you kind of know, even if you don't. Like I didn't really hang out. I just went to Sawyer Creek. I went to Dwyer's sometimes because they treated me good down at Dwyer's and Jake's. Being a bartender at JT's, like it's like Freemasons, you know what I mean? Like they all stick together. It's kind of like the bartending community, like your local bartending community. They all know each other. You go there, you hook each other up. Blah blah blah. It's kind of stupid, but whatever. So I knew who she was, and so I was like, I recognize you. I was like, you were on the Cricket or whatever. You've been working at the Cricket forever. Whoever the lady is that I talked to, been there forever. I was like, oh yeah. I was like, I used to work at JT Wheatfield. She's like, oh really? And she's like, do you know Heather? And I was like, yeah, Heather is kind of, she was older than me. She was like, when I was at JT's, I was like Brandon's age. And Heather was like your age. So it was like that age gap. She was like fun. She was like a really cute girl, but she was my boss. And so I was telling her, I was like, oh yeah, I was like, I like Heather. I was like, I like Heather a lot. I'm not sure if she likes me. I'm like, she's like, why did you say that? And I was like, well, she recorded a conversation that we had about Joe, And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, I told her the story because when I was younger, I used to go to Sawyer Creek all the time. It was like my home, like that was like my bar when I lived here. When I lived in Buffalo, it wasn't. But like when I lived here, it was always Sawyer Creek and sometimes JTB Fields because I worked at this Greek restaurant on River Road. It was called Nico's at the time, and I worked with this guy. And at the end of our Fridays, we cooked. We were cooks. So on Friday nights, we would go to JT's because he lived in Lockport. We'd go out for a beer after our shifts or whatever. And we started talking to Joe. And I told Joe, I was like, oh, when I lived in the West Side, I lived next to your parents, the Tomasinos. I said I used to shovel their driveway for them because they were old, they were like decrepit. And you would have never known their son owned like a huge profitable bar in North London. But he said, oh, that's cool. And he hired me like on the spot to do banquets, just not bartending, just cooking. So I started doing that, and he liked me, because like they had the outdoor volleyball courts there and shit, and they had leagues all summer. And he's like, you'd be perfect for my outdoor bartender. You got the personality, blah blah blah. I'm like, I never bartended before. And I was working at restaurants, but I was just a cook. I wasn't even a waiter at that point yet. And he's like, oh yeah, screw it, That's how he's like, trial by fire. We'll throw you in on a Friday night. So that's what happened. I came in, I made like $300 my first night. I loved it. Just had to learn like the drinks and shit. And, yeah, so I was working with that. So, but on my days off, on my nights off, a lot of times I went down to Silver Creek. So one night I went down to the creek, and I'll go down to Joe's because JT's is on the corner. I don't know what it's called now, but it was on the corner. It's that big bar on the corner of the Boulevard and Ward Road. It used to be called JTB Fields for like 20 years. It was a huge spot, and yeah, I mean, yeah, the place was huge, and it was like tons of coke went in and out of that place. That's why they ended up getting shut down. Joe got caught. There was a huge cocaine bust. It was like RICO. It was a RICO case. It was big, and he lost his liquor license. He lost the restaurant. I had left like 6 months before that. Great. They were still using my social security number there to sign my replacement was using my numbers to sign in and out on the registers. They had come to question me about shit. They're like, why are they using your social? They're like, I don't even know they were using it, bro. Like, at that point, I couldn't stand Joe anymore. Like, he was, one day we had a snowstorm and I came in, we had no customers. I was bartending. I make money on customers, bro. Like, I'm like, this is bullshit. I'm shoveling, trying to keep the place open. Like, you should have just closed this place down. He shows up like at the end of my shift. I worked the day shift that day. He shows up at like 7 o'clock, starts drinking. I can't get out of there. I go out to get in my car. This motherfucker plowed my car in. Like, he purposely pushed snow up and like covered my car completely as a joke, which I didn't find really funny. And I gave my notice like that day. I was so pissed. Dude, first of all, it's not good to do to a car. He's just a dick. But I came in. So this one day I came in, and I know, right? This one day I came in, and I was sitting at the outdoor bar. It was my night off. And him and his like 5 cronies were at the other end of the outside bar, and they bought me a drink. And now I just stopped in. I went to the creek, and I was coming there. I was going to go back to the creek. I was going to try to recruit a couple chicks or whatever, go back to the creek. But I didn't. I just kind of went there. I had a drink. And like Brett, the owner of the creek, they know each other. Like, there's no animosity or anything. It's never acted like there was a big deal, whatever. So, and this is important for later. So they buy me a drink. I drink the drink and I leave. I go. Or I went somewhere. It doesn't matter. I left there. I come in the next day, and the assistant manager, Zach, he goes, "What the hell happened last night?" That's how he talked. What the hell happened last night? I was like, "Dude, what do you mean?" He's like, "Joe said you came in." Yeah, I came in for a drink. He's like, "Yeah." He's like, he said his boys bought you a drink, and you did a round with them, and you didn't buy them one back. And I was like, "Yeah, no, I didn't." I'm like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, they buy me one drink. I'm supposed to buy 6 dudes a drink. I'm not, like, I just came in here for, like, I didn't know they were, like, it's not like I came there with them and we were, you know what I mean? Like, you go out with your boys, you guys, boy, you buy a round, you buy a round, you buy a round. These were, like, 60-year-old dudes like that I don't know. Like they're Joe's friends. Like why would I buy them all a drink? He's like, well, Joe's really pissed about it. I said, fuck that. I said that's why I go to the creek on my nights. I said this is why I go to Sawyer Creek on my night off, right? I walked away. Next thing I know, this Heather chick, the manager, so we gotta talk outside. We go outside, and I'm like, and I said the same thing there. I was like, what's the big deal? I go, I don't know. Like, she's like, well, now Joe's mad because you said you'd rather go to Sawyer Creek, and he's like, she's like, Joe's mad because you said you'd rather go to Sawyer Creek on your nights off, and that's really disrespectful. You know, this is where you know. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, he was like offended that I said that he's like, they're our competition and you're saying that and blah blah blah. I'm like, competition. I'm like, yo, I go, half the people come here from there to see me. I mean, that relationship makes us money. Like, what are you, stupid? And I'm like, what is he stupid? Talking about Joe. The next thing I know, I get called up into Joe's office. Well, I called up in Joe's office, and he starts calling me out for all this shit that I said. I'm like, how do you know I said all this shit? Pulls out a recording. That bitch recorded everything I said out on that stoop when I was talking shit. And I was like, oh, okay. I said, yeah. I go to the creek, dude. I was like, whatever. And I worked there. I ended up working there. I worked there like a whole other year after that. But so I told her, and I was like, so this chick at the cricket, I said, yeah, I know Heather. I like Heather, but I don't think she likes me. And she's like, why don't you think she likes you? And I'm like, well, she recorded me and like ratted me out. And I'm like, she recorded a conversation I had with Joe, is what I said. And she's like, oh, she's a rat. And I was like, I didn't say that. And she's like, no, you're saying she's a rat. I said, I didn't say she's a rat. I said, she recorded a conversation. And I was kind of backpedal a little bit. I was like, I didn't say that. I was like, she's really cool, you know, whatever. Because at first I was like, is she your daughter? Because they kind of look like they come from the same family. And she's like, no, I just hired her. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh. And now she's like regretting it. Because I told her, I'm like, I don't know. What do they got to be afraid of at the cricket to get ratted out? I don't know. But yeah, she's a rat. I wouldn't tell her much, but she's still cool. Like, I liked her. I like working with her. I just couldn't believe that, like, they made such a big deal about me going to another bar on my nights off. And the fact, to the point they recorded the conversation on the cell phone. Like, Joe would do a lot of cocaine and he couldn't get over himself. That was his problem. He had too much hubris. Like, he thought he could traffic cocaine through that bar and no one was going to find out about it, while he was like getting wasted with all his other boys. They were just like, everybody knew it. You knew when he was doing coke and when he was just drinking. That dude, they rolled up on that dude in his tent. He was on his land in the southern tier with his like newborn baby, and they brought the feds in on that freaking tent in front of his newborn baby. And then you know that barbecue place, JT's Barbecue across from the DPW? That's Joe. That's JT. That's Joe Tomasino. Yeah, he lives on Master Street. Yeah, I know where he lives too. Yeah, that's where his wife's. Yeah, it's his second wife and his kid, his first kid. Like, I don't know if you ever heard that story about the kid that drove his car into Tim Hortons over on in Tonawanda. That was his first kid. His from his first marriage. That was Justin, his first kid. Justin Thomas. Yeah, they're all from us. The parents were the parents that I lived next to on the east side. Best part of the whole family. Of course, they were the poorest, but they were the nicest people in the world. I would have shoveled their driveway. They had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know they were Joe's parents when I started doing it. I just felt bad for them. They owned that house, and they had a crackhead living in the back, you know, like a one-room apartment, and then they had their apartment, and then they had an upper, and then then there was my house, which was like one of them Allentown, like it was bright pink, purple, and blue, and then there was a halfway house next to that house, so St. John's place, and like every other house, it was so weird. Like every other house was either really nice or just dumb, you know. And their house, even though like they had tenants and they ate whatever, but they were just so old they couldn't take care of them. And Joe didn't do shit for him. And Joe, like, that bar was in his mom's name. That woman, it was in his mom's name, and they didn't see a penny of that shit. Like, she bought that bar for him. It used to be called Janet's Steakhouse back in the 90s. They bought that bar for him, and he turned it into like he probably made millions because they ran that place for 15, 20 years. I mean, like that place in the summertime, that was the spot, dude. There was no Crazy Jakes at that point. Like he had the monopoly on that shit. It got to the point where like when I was working there in 2007, he was charging downtown prices like $4.50 for a draft beer, to the point where I was bitching because I'm like, dude, I go, you just went because this is all the cocaine money. This was all cocaine shit. Though. This is all because of the coke. Like when I started there, drafts were like $3, right, just domestic, and they went up to $4. They went up $1 within that whatever. And by the time I left, they went up to $4.50, and it pissed me off because you know what? When you gotta pay $4 for a draft beer, you give your bartender a $5 bill. I think the bartender gets that dollar. You raise it to $4.50. You give your bartender a $5 bill, you're getting a 50-cent tip. And it like I know you and me. I know you're probably a decent tipper or whatever. You're in a bar a lot, but a lot of people aren't. Dude. A lot of people are like stingy as fuck. And when they get, there's people out there. They get $1.50 back. They don't always give you the $1.50. They give you the $1, but that's fine. Whatever. But there's some people that'll just give you the 50 cents. You know. And when you raise the prices to $4.50, it creates a lot more of those people. That really, like, because there was nights we had country night, Saturday nights we had country night. I'd make like $400. Fucking hate country. So like that money adds up. Those 50 cents, that'd be half of that. So dude, he got greedy, and so I don't know. There was a whole ring of them, and the feds were watching forever. And the funny thing is, like, I was doing it, but I never like partied with Joe. Like, it was basically like the bartenders kind of had their own little clique. Like, we had rooms in the basement where, like the keg room, there were spots, there was blind spots that we knew where the cameras couldn't see us doing. Like, we had a mirror set up, a little towel over it. And we just go down there, do a rail, and come back up, and we forget this shit. Half the time we bought it from the head chef. And the head chef got it from fucking Joe's people. The shit was just, you know what I mean? It was like a constant thing there. And Joe had the nerve to come up to me and be like, this is when I was younger, so like I wasn't on heroin, I was still taking pills. Like I was prescribed pills for like 7 years, right? That's why I became an addict, and after I lost my prescription, I would buy it. And he knew that. Joe knew that. And before I knew about the coke or any of that shit, he knew I was taking pills. He was like, those pills will ruin your life, man. Those pills are going to ruin your life. You know, blah, blah, blah. This dude's freaking trying to cocaine trafficking and lost everything. That's why he has, so that business over there, the reason he has that place is because he can't get a liquor license. You talk to him, he's one of them, when you talk to him, he'll tell you how much of a legendary bartender he is and all this shit, like it means anything. So, not only that, though, the JTB, do you know where Raintree is? Do you know where Raintree is? In Tonawanda? Okay, if you don't know what Raintree is, then you don't. It's like, there's an apartment complex, like, right over the bridge, when you're going down Twin City, right over the bridge on Luskin, you make a left, and there's, well, it's not Luskin, it's actually before Luskin. That first light over the bridge in Tonawanda. You make a left there, and you go down, and there's like, to get to Brighton or whatever, where it turns into Colvin, but yeah, like, you go over the, no, not that far. No, way too far. You go over you're in North Tonawanda, you go over the bridge, that first light, you make a left. There's like the bread place is right there, the Stromans or whatever on the left. You make that left, you go all the way down that street. It's like a dead end. There's only a right-hand turn. There's a bunch of, it's called the Raintree Apartments. And you take that road, and you make the right, and then the Golf Dome's right there when you go off that street. Right. But that's called the Raintree Apartments, and there was a bar there like, back in the day. Like, he used to run that bar. Like, so when I was working, when he was training me, he was telling me all these stories about, you know, I'm going to make you a legendary bartender, like I was. Like, he's like one of those people that like just thought he was so cool because it's like being a bartender, right? Like, he's like Brandon in that way. Like, I'm the manager, you know, like I'm the greatest bartender. You know, he thought he was like Tom Cruise in Cocktails or some shit. He's just, dude. The dude was still wearing a mullet in 2007 before they came back. I know they're popular again now, but this dude was like never stopped wearing a mullet. Right, and We used to make fun of him for it all the time. But like, yeah, he's like, oh, I'm just legendary, like, fucking blah blah blah. Yeah, now you're running a barbecue joint, fucking, which is I'm glad he gets to do that because he does have kids and shit. He's got to take care of it. I'm assuming he's still married, but he thinks the world of himself. And then that time, like that snow day, I was so pissed because they did the same bullshit that they do anywhere else. I was working, I was getting in my groove. I was going to college at the time too. Like, I was working full time, going to college. My dad was a stroke. I was taking care of my dad. I was freaking maintaining 2 addictions, just killing it. And this chick Marie, this blonde chick, she was a regular customer. She'd come in all the time. She was sloppy as hell. Well, Joe took a liking to her, and he'd be calling her up in his office late at night, all this shit. Oh, the next thing I know, I come in, she's working on my shifts. Doesn't ever bartended before, you know. And that was one of the times I came in on it was just like working with Brandon. I come in on my day off. It was Sunday. It was family day. Joe's like begging me. He's like, we were slow because he raised prices, and we weren't getting the same crowd we were on football Sundays. The Bills were playing like shit. You know, it's family day. We're gonna do, we'll give everybody bring your family and we'll give discounts and blah blah blah. And we're gonna have this family day on Sunday. So the first Sunday for week 1, I tell my family I have a bunch of people show up, and I'm watching the game. I'm watching this girl bartend, and she's going back and forth up to the office and back down and back up and back down, and we can get a drink. I mean, that was a 3 bartender day. Like you had 2 on the inside and 1 on the outside. But she's like nowhere to be found. So people aren't getting their shit. And next thing I know, I'm watching her come down the stairs, and I just see the whole front of her pants are soaked. This bitch pissed herself. She gets so fucked up on coke. Yeah, she got so coked up and liquored up with Joe in the office doing shots and shit. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday. So what does Joe do? He comes down and get behind the bar. I'm like, dude, I ain't getting behind that bar unless I can drink vodka water all day and night. So I'm going to work the night shift too. Because there ain't enough money on a Sunday for me to make it worth my while when I'm here with my family drinking already, bro. This is how it's going to go down. And he let me do it. But like, it was shit like that where they would just we're going to hire her because she's hot. She doesn't know her job and she's going to be dangerous to everybody. Dude, you're working with liquor and shit. Bro, like, she's doing so much coke she can't hold her piss, but... And then that was September, and by wintertime I had it. Me and him were like just going back and forth, the coke, the drugs, doing all that shit, and like I come in, it's a blizzard, I'm shoveling all day, getting $3 an hour, because I ain't getting no tips. This dude comes in and plows my car in. The first thing I test in the morning, I got a test the next day. I got to shovel my car out. Luckily, it was country. It was it wasn't. It was a Saturday night. I didn't have a test the next day. I had a test that Monday. Luckily, it was country night. Some hick came in with a plow and plowed half the snow out so I could get it. Yeah, I was pissed, dude. Came in, I'm like, bro, I can't work. I'm like, I can't work for you no more, man. What do you mean? Dude, it was the coke. You do the coke, you just be just a dick. It's complete, just plows my car in, dude. Like, what the fuck's wrong? Been here working all day. You can tell that dude is all the talk about him being a legendary bartender. He had his parents buy him a bar. You can tell that dude hadn't worked in a long, long time if he ever worked like a real job. You know what I mean? That you're going to plow someone's car in after they worked an 8-hour shift at your business. I think he wanted me to work that night. I think he wanted me to like stay and be like, oh, I'll work country night after sitting here all day with my thumb on my head. Like, I think he thought he was going to need me. And they actually did start to get busy because they had the roads plowed by them. I remember a semi was pulling in to drop off kegs and they got stuck in the park. That was the thing too. So he didn't get his ass there till like 7 o'clock to plow. So we had deliveries coming in. This idiot, he's like, oh, I got a plow coming. He kept telling me all day, I got a plow coming. I got truck drivers waiting to get in. And it's that Warden the Boulevard, one of the most dangerous intersections in Western New York, dude. And this dude's like, oh yeah, I'm going to come in. I'll plow it. I got a guy coming.
And then these guys are trying to park, and they jackknife it in the parking lot to the point where one guy jackknifed his truck trying to back in from the snow to the point where he got the semi stuck in the front of that in the front, and that was the only entrance into the parking lot. So that was why for like 2 hours I didn't get one customer. Nobody could pull in the parking lot. Nobody could even pull into the place. It was like literally, no, it was such a nightmare. I was so pissed, and I just wanted to leave. I just wanted to leave and study, and I was like, I just want to go home. And it's like, and like they're all like yucking it up at the bar, and I'm like, oh yeah, see you later, guys. And they're like, hey, have a good one, like laughing and shit. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I don't know why they're laughing. They all were in, like they were. It's like they were in on it. You know what I mean? Joe was like getting back at me because he got there at 6 or 7, and I'm like, dude, like I went off on him. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Like, you got trucks stuck here. You're telling me a plow is going to be here at like 3 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock, dude. Oh, I'll plow. Then he goes out and plows my car, right, dude. Asshole. And then they use my social security number for 6 months. Like, dude. You know why he didn't get jail time? She should have known. She's like, oh, Heather's a rat? Who did she work for? The biggest rat. Dude, Joe got off on everything. He didn't do no jail time. Which, dude, I'm not talking like an ounce of cocaine. I'm talking pounds. This was like a 3-year investigation, dude. He ratted on everybody. Like, these are people like, the people he ratted on are people like I went to high school with, because they were like, a lot of them were younger than him. There were people that I went to high school with that I wouldn't fuck with. Not in a million years, dude. Not in a million years. I would never rat on him. I would never rat on him. I would do my time, but like, I'm just saying, like, he's got a lot of balls. He really does. But a lot of the people he ratted on are still in jail for other shit. So, yeah, he's a piece of shit. I'd work for him again. I mean, it was a lot of fun. It was just like, there's so much drama in that business, dude. I need a job. If I wasn't a bartending, it'd have to be at like the fucking the VFW or whatever, like the union spot. Like, I need that kind of bartending gig, or like some shithole on the east side that just serves Polacks. You know, it's the only place I wouldn't be able to work in a club or a bar like I used to, like any of that shit. That JT's was pretty much like a club. That place was lit. Yeah, he did do a good job building, like renovating, because when it was Janek's Steakhouse, it was nice. But like when he got it, they didn't just pay for the restaurant. Like, they renovated the whole place, put the sand pits in, did all that shit, put the tiki bar out there, put a huge patio up. That patio was awesome. That place was tight. And then like Crazy Jake's didn't even exist like until like 2007. Like, right, they just were opening up around it. But Dwyer's was always a big competitor. So people would go back and forth with Dwyer's. The Creek, that's the other thing. The Creek wasn't even really competition to him. Like, the Creek as a whole, it's like the cricket. You can't even fit. You could fit 3 Sawyer Creeks into JTB Fields, and also the Sawyer Creek will always be there. That place runs itself. I told Brett, he's the luckiest dude in the world. His dad is Rick Cassatt, who, despite what Katie thinks, is the Casada that owned the Dome. She thinks Judge Casada owned the Dome Stadium. That's not how it worked. But anyway, Rick Casada owned the Dome and Sawyer Creek at one point, like late 70s, early 80s. I think he owned the Dome into the 90s. But anyway, that place, they set that place up when Brett got it from his dad, from Rick. Dude, I'm like, Brett, you don't even have to show up, man. Like, the food's always the same. Everything's always consistent. You know what you're going to get when you go to Sawyer Creek. The prices are always reasonable. The food's always good. Like, I'm like, this dude doesn't even have to really work. Like, he doesn't have to be like this big hands-on owner. Great to inherit a business like that runs itself. Like, the only thing that could fuck that business up is him trying to manage it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just been there so long. Everybody knows it. It's got that perfect area, like where it's on the corner, like it's by Wheatfield. There's not a lot of like places like that have been around a long time. You know what I mean? The Marlboro Inn used to be a good spot, like down more towards the college, but right here in the NT, you know, and they keep it clean. You got the free popcorn, dude. That's another huge one. That's a big seller for me. The free popcorn. That gets that good salty shit that they used to have at the movies back when we were kids. Or like you ever have like youth center popcorn? The shit that they make like in the glass thing. You know what I mean? Where it's like the big, it's got the metal thing in the middle. You know what I'm talking about? With that flavoring on it. That shit's so good, dude. Yeah, they got the free popcorn there. And then like you go there, Super Bowl parties we used to do. You get a square for $50. But he used to do these Super Bowl parties. But even if you didn't get a square, if you just go there for the Super Bowl, like a lot of people were there because they got squares, and they were huge prizes. But he would do this free thing every Super Bowl where it was like chicken wings, freaking pasta, roast beef sandwiches, like just this a whole spread for halftime because he made so much money off that food. And then he would just give the place away for him. Like he made, I bet you on that night in liquor, he made more than enough to pay for that food. You know what I mean? But post COVID, nobody does anything like that shit anymore. Or at least maybe they're starting to now a little bit more. Or like the last Super Bowl bar thing I went to after COVID was like 8 people. It was pretty boring. Oh, you're going. I was telling my therapist today, I said, I don't even want to go out. I said, after seeing how this bitch raised her daughter to come into the store and dehumanize retail workers, I don't even want to be around people. Like that and the fact that Dollar General think that's acceptable behavior for society. We're going to reward it. We're going to reward that behavior. It's just truly disgusting. 13 years old. It was like you were saying. I couldn't tell if she was 13 or 22, honestly. She might have been 13. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. She had a mouth like a Sailor Bill. Like, what the hell? Like, so I'm just supposed to, as an adult, get berated by a child, and I didn't do anything. I didn't even do. That's not even why I did what I did. It had nothing to do with them. Like, we're getting kind of used to getting shit on by, There's a couple customers a day that just are like that. You know what I mean? You get the Karens every day, entitled pieces of shit. It happens. Yeah, I'm not gonna get. That's not why I was upset. I've been told to go suck a dick a lot of times, dude. But like fucking, when you're laying on the horn in the middle of the parking lot and spinning your car around in a fire lane, I get a little, PTSD on that shit. Fucking stupid, dude. I'm hoping that once I get all this volunteer bullshit done, the other job for the counseling shit, and I got 2 classes I gotta take. They're not like, it's not like a semester thing. It's like a 8-hour. They're not like classes, but you just gotta find the time to get up there and do it. And it's not like even that. It's they have to have enough people to take the class. It's one of them things where they gotta wait until there's enough people signed up to do it. He just put you on it. What? Oh, yeah. For truck driving? From what I hear from them drivers, you don't want to work. You don't want to do that shit for them. Honestly, most of the drivers, I gotta say, that's true. That's a good idea. But most of those drivers, they're either retarded for a reason, like because they can't find good truck drivers to work for them, is what I think. Because I think their equipment, I think that their trucks are shit. I think that's one of the big problems. When I say I think, I'm really speculating. I really think, I think that's a reason why I see like a lot of these guys that I've had to work with that have done the not fresh. The fresh guys are usually a little better, but when it comes to that dry truck, dude, like I swear to God, some of them people shouldn't even. I don't know how they got a CDL. There's like at least 3 of them. They've the one guy that you were there, that black dude, was. So like, I mean, even that guy like with the
with the cable line, dude. Like that was like this guy's insane. Dude. Like, he's gonna have me get up on a ladder and hold this cable for like 3 minutes, dude. Like it was just, I'm like nobody. There's no like good smart truck driver who's gonna take this job. There's just no way. And then the one guy was bitching about. He's like, oh yeah, he was bitching about like the equipment, like the hitches and freaking the technical side of trucking that I don't know shit about. Oh, yeah, that kind of explains a lot. They have a huge fleet, so maintenance. They probably need people doing maintenance. They probably have these little like stations all across America where they can't keep. They probably don't have enough. They probably their turnover is probably so bad, and they're like where they do the maintenance that they can't keep people there to fucking keep the oil in the tank. I don't know. I don't pretend I know anything about tractor trailers. I think that's pretty serious shit. You get your CDL, well, then you go to Florida and get you a double wide. With the double, yeah, there you go. You know, not a bad idea. I know a lot of people that have gotten their CDL and hated it. I couldn't do it. It sucks because the money's actually not bad when you get a good gig in that field. You know what I mean? The money's not bad, but I couldn't do it. I don't trust myself to do that. I'd rather not. I respect people that do it, man. I don't know, it's a tough job. That job's not gonna be around much longer either. So take advantage of it while it still exists. All them jobs, man. How? How? Well, it's not like you can't quit. It's not like you can't always give another 2 weeks' notice. Well, why don't you just wait and see how things turn out a little bit before you start saying anything? You always make these decisions. I'm gonna do it. I'm moving to Texas next week. I'm like, bro, you ain't moving to Texas, bro. Like, I already knew that when you. I'm like, this dude ain't moving. Like, think about that shit. Well, I know it. Well, there you go. And you can transfer to a DG down there. And as a key holder, that actually makes it even better because then you can. Even if you can't get if there's not an associate job open, it gives you more options to fill a position there. You can always go back to being an associate, or there might be another key holder job, or there might, maybe they need an assistant manager with that has key holder experience. You might get a better job. You might need that job down there. You ain't gonna have the city job. You're gonna need to be full time until you find something better. I don't think assistant managers make much over 19, 20 anyway, so it's not that great. Not sure what they make, but I know when I first started working there, I looked up all the salaries, and that varies on region. You're gonna get paid less, so but cost of living's cheaper, so it's kind of a wash. But you'll get paid a little bit less. But sometimes key holder jobs in some states are like 12, 10 an hour. 12. Some of the management, it's weird, dude. Some store managers make like 60, and then some make like 35. It's weird, dude. I don't quote me on those figures, but I remember them being weird, from place to place. It's just that was all over the place with managers because the salary that was a weird one. And I don't remember the assistant manager one, but I remember not being blown away by what they made. I was like, this isn't impressive at all. It was bad. And you already know the other ones. But like I said, it does vary. New York is one of the better paying, but there again, it's New York. Kind of made to make up for that loss in inflation and standard of living, just being in New York. I mean, we that's another thing that people don't really think about on a state-to-state level, but inflation impacts a state like New York more than it impacts a state like Kentucky or Tennessee, like a Midwestern. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it impacts us more, which in turn screws our standard of living more. Just to hear someone say how it's cheaper to live here, it's something that I'll be telling that I'll be like laughing about that and telling this to people in 20 years. Like, there's one idiot I used to work with back in 2025 that used to say that New York was cheaper to live in. It's gonna be a big joke at a party someday. But for now, it's just a sad reality that he exists. That's all it reminds me of. I feel bad because I even tried. There's a lot of, like, me 10 years ago would probably have been fired a long time. Honestly, like, surprised I made it as long as I did. And I'm not blaming me getting fired on him, but him. I'm not blaming me getting fired on him, but him being there contributed to me being fired. Like, I really the point of like going in and enjoying my job was diminishing more and more every shift. Like, I really hated it there. I liked being able to go in and do totes and bullshit for an hour and do whatever. But when this constant having to do his work, and it's a lot of people are like, well, you shouldn't have let it bother you. Well, sorry, you know what I mean? It's like, it's hard when you're constantly like going over and over someone's shit over and over again, and nothing's being done. Like, just the fact that I think nothing was being done. I was seeing you getting frustrated. I was seeing Bill getting frustrated, and I'm hearing a lot from Rachel, but nothing's happening. Then they hire another key holder like out of the blue instead of like they handled that whole thing really weird. Just like they handled Katie, or they hired Katie out of the blue. Like that, we didn't need, like, technically a store like that, it's 2 key holders, dude. Like, we didn't need a third key holder. Technically, we did not need a third. Like, we needed another part-time associate would have been enough. If Brandon and me were doing our jobs. So, at the end of the day, we weren't doing our jobs because they had to hire a third key holder. You know what I mean? So, like, it just, if they had to do that, then they should have, like, got to the root of the problem a lot. It's like nobody ever came to, I think I expected Jeremy to come to me and be like, what's going on? Because when all that stuff happened with Bill, I told him, Bill, Jeremy's going to call you, because they never worked together. So, like, Jeremy's going to call you tomorrow. And Bill will be like, yeah, right. Because it was apparently every time Jeremy says he's going to do it, he never does. He never calls to follow up with Bill. So nothing ever gets done. Well, this time he did. But it took him 3 days. So, like, because Bill was like, oh, yeah, he finally called me 3 days later. And I'm like, by that time, Bill probably doesn't even remember what happened. You know what I mean? Like, because it was about what happened between him and Brandon that night. And I'm like, by this time, it's like, Bill doesn't even give a shit anymore. Because, he's already seen this happen, like, over and over again, where you haven't been calling him when you say you're going to call him to find out what's going on. Like, or he comes in to find out what's going on and you blow him off like he's a little kid. Like, he doesn't know, like, Bill's been doing this. He knows, like, oh, my drawer's $50 short. I kind of want to know what happened, whether it was your fault or not. And don't lie to him. Why would they make up a story to tell him? Just tell him what really happened. It just doesn't make no sense. I didn't get that. It happened, like, more than once. Like, it happened so much to the point where, like I told you before, when I would start to stop him and tell him what really happened, Bill just didn't want to hear it. He was so frustrated from them not telling him the truth. He's like, they should be telling me. I should be getting lied to and having you tell me that, like, what's really going on. I'm like, I know, but I'm just telling you what happened. I don't want to hear it. And he's right. He's right. So hopefully, but I think, because he was talking about leaving when I was in the department. I don't know. But I think if they do what you're saying they're going to do, and they're transferring him, and you're going to be QI, I think he'll stick around until he dies, or pretty close, or whatever. He's good to have. Just don't count. You haven't worked with Bill. Bill's probably not going to do what's on his list most of the time. Just let Bill be Bill, then you'll be fine. Let as that's right.
Oh yeah, he ain't gonna bother you at all. He won't even call you up if he's busy. Like when he should call you. He'll call you up for voids and all that stuff. But when he's busy, he should he don't know how to use the pager on the phone that well. And so I'd be like, oh, just page me so you don't have to walk all the way around the store. No, that takes him forever. But he'll just walk around the store and find you, even if it's a void, dude. Like, but yeah, him. It's like I tell any key holder that I would be training, just make Bill and Anthony happy. Well, you don't have an Anthony to make happy, really, so you're gonna have to whoever the next. But you know, the reason I say though to Katie and Brandon while I'm training them is because you guys are good employees. It's like I wouldn't say keep Emma happy. I would never say that. But when it came to you guys, I was like, if you, I always felt that at night shift, especially, was you guys. That was all you guys. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how it was so hard for him to just keep you guys happy and stay out of your way. And I had really, for the most part, working with, yeah, I had no problem working with you or Bill, except for when you I bitched about me taking my break after you for some reason or whatever. But other than that, I never had. After telling you could take your break whenever you want, you still went and complained that I wouldn't let you take it before 7 or some shit. But whatever, it's water under the bridge. I don't know. Take your break whenever you want. It's like the easiest thing, but whatever. Yeah, but Brandon, like, oh, when are you gonna take your break? And by after that, though, I mean it was pretty much we always took our breaks. You know, you took yours, I took mine. It was done. It was more of a chore to take breaks. It wasn't like where he's like planning his whole day around it. His lunch is like his. Like for me, it was more like, yeah, just dude, I don't even want to take a lunch. Just take your fucking lunch. It's like my whole spiel, dude. I don't care. I don't need to take it first. I don't give a shit. Half the time I didn't punch out anyway. So, but yeah, I'm like, just keep them guys happy. It'll be all fine, man. No, you can't even do that. In fact, he pissed you guys off. He did the complete opposite. Couldn't even work, you know, to the point where you're not even valuable anymore because you can't work with half the people you have to work with. Literally, you had 2 people to work with, and you couldn't work with one. This is like half of them. It's ridiculous. It's a horrible, horrible statistic in your permanent record. Helps Pokemon stats are better. Ain't you got to work in the morning? That sucks. What are you doing? Oh, okay. Yeah. What time? What? He's winning.
Do you recognize Callisto, Zeus?
She was such a vivacious woman. Too bad Hera turned her into a bear.
Yes. Almost as bad as you tricking Callisto into a romantic tryst with you by pretending to be Artemis.
Nothing wrong with some good arrow play. How was I supposed to know Hera would find out?
Only that she does. Every single time. Finally, all of the mythical beasts were defeated. Aphrodite would be pleased.